Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm going to have to leave in about 45 minutes. Not leave, but just go feed my cats. I just have to feed the cats. They were late to be fed last night, and one of them has diabetes, so I have to feed on a certain schedule, so I'm kind of bridging the difference here a little bit, you know. They're meowing and complaining because they know this is when they normally eat, and they're upset that I'm not feeding them right now. But they will be okay. All right, let's talk about this QAnon thing going on right now. Hang on, let me pull it up here. Dave Hayes on Trump assassination attempt. List. Okay. Awesome. Let's open this and watch it. Looks like it starts about here. Been a while since I've covered the praying medic. This dude on the right, he's a QAnoner. And he disappeared for a while when QAnon disappeared. But he's come back. So I want to listen to the insane stuff he has to say. Let's see what they say to each other here.
Since you and I have been together on this show, huh?
It has been a while, Steve. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Yeah, we gotta have the two golden head boys. Nothing to show for it is basically what we have.
Yeah,
golden head boys.
My son is not appreciating the genetic issue that he's going to be dealing with soon. He's already got.
I'm so lost. They just walked into this. Oh, they're both bald. They're the golden head boys. Got it. Okay. Jesus.
A little widow's peak going on.
Well, so maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but the last time you and I were together, were you totally shaved off?
Oh yeah.
He's been shaved off for many years. I don't even know what this dude looks like with hair.
Were.
Yeah.
Okay. I for some reason I thought maybe he had hair. Why does he look a little different to me? But
no,
he looks identical to what he did 10 years ago when this QAnon shit started.
I've been shaving for years.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we look great, don't we? God only made the saying, God only made a few perfect heads, the rest he covered with hair. We got that one down. So that's
okay. I appreciate the jokes.
That's our comeback.
By the way, welcome back, Jakester.
No matter what they say.
There you go.
Well, listen, we got a number of things to go over, and I know people are going to want to know what are your thoughts and insights about this whole assassination attempt. And I know you used to be a follower of Q. You had something that connected to that and all of this. So not that we're going to do a thing on Q today, but
oh, come on. I don't believe him. I bet they are.
There was a connection you made with Cash. So why don't you jump into what your thoughts are about this whole thing that just happened?
Yeah, sure. Well, we'll set the Q thing aside for a minute. We'll come back to that shortly. Yeah, the attempted assassination is obviously President Trump is over the target. As he said in his statement following the event at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. It's interesting because he highlighted a couple of things, one of which is
he believes Trump speaks in code.
He felt that there was starting to develop some unity among people who normally don't get along very well. He was talking about how people in the press were starting to warm up to him and his staff, and they were sharing ideas and talking and being civilized to each other when that had not been the case for a long time.
And really think about this, okay? Really think about it. Whose fault is it that Trump doesn't get along with the press? Be honest. Trump has been attacking the press as, quote unquote, the enemy of the people since day one. He has been the instigator of these problems 99% of the time.
Wow.
And the reason why he wants to do this, a redo of this, of the dinner, is I think he wants to encourage greater fellowship, greater unity. People think that Trump is kind of an adversarial type of person. He's really not.
Trump is not an adversarial person.
Wants peace. Trump likes it when people can work together, when they can accomplish things together. He would much prefer to be on good terms
Are we talking about the same shithead?
with the press and Democrats. But because he's a reformer, because he wants to change a corrupt system and clean out the corruption.
Seriously, this is fucking delusion. This is pure, unadulterated delusion for them to say something like this. Trump is a reformer who wants to clean out corruption. What did Dave Hayes have to say about Donald Trump's meme coin scamming his audience? What about Trump suing the IRS for $10 billion? $10 billion. That's more money than Trump owns at all. And he's claiming he suffered that much in damages. I mean, there's a list. There's a list of corrupt shit Trump has done. I just named two of the bigger ones. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a list. Hang on. And give me a second here, actually. Just a second. Okay, so here's a list. The Qatar jet. Qatar offered Trump a luxury 747, which he attempted to rebrand as the new Air Force One, claiming it was a generous gesture in return for U.S. security spending in the Gulf. Democrats attempted to block its use. Cryptocurrency self-enrichment. Trump launched a personal meme coin cryptocurrency days before inauguration, and Melania launched her own the day before. His family venture, World Liberty Financial, became a vehicle for what critics describe as open bribery. UAE-linked entities made a $2 billion stablecoin purchase through World Liberty Financial, described as the largest cryptocurrency transaction in history, after which Trump permitted the UAE to import a larger quantity of U.S.-produced AI chips than Biden had allowed. Properties as influence channels. Political committees spent over $900,000 at Trump properties between inauguration and August 2025, outpacing spending during his first term. MAGA Inc. held at least 3 events at Trump properties with tickets going for $1 million per plate. Multiple foreign heads of state visited Trump properties, including the Slovak and Israeli prime ministers, and Saudi-backed Live Golf continued holding tournaments at Trump courses. Mass pardons of political allies at and the January 6th defendants. He granted pardons or commutations to all approximately 1,500 people charged or convicted of crimes related to January 6th, freeing hundreds of violent felons. Gutting public integrity enforcement, Trump's DOJ directed the dismissal of a corrupt case against then New York City Mayor Eric Adams, triggering a wave of resignations from the public integrity sector. The unit went from roughly 40 full-time prosecutors down to just 2, and its caseload plummeted from around 200 investigations to 20. Firing inspectors general. During his first week in office, Trump fired 17 inspectors general across the federal government. By the way, inspectors general, those are the people whose job it is to investigate corruption. That's what they do. That's why they are there. They're corruption investigators, and he fired all of them. Doge and the dismantling of the federal workforce. Trump created Doge, led by Elon Musk, which spearheaded mass buyouts and layoffs. The federal government entered 2026 with an estimated 212,000 fewer employees, roughly 9% of the civilian workforce, and then offloaded that to companies associated with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Gutting U.S. aid and foreign aid, suing the government to enrich himself, net worth explosion. Trump family increased their net worth from $4 billion since January 2025, approaching $6.2 billion total now. That's absolutely insane. People don't understand how much $1 billion is. That is so much fucking money. That's not exhaustive, but that's, the short list, basically. This guy thinks Trump is fighting corruption. Nobody in their right mind believes that. Not one single fucking person in their right mind believes that shit.
They see him as a threat. So they have developed an adversarial relationship to Trump because he speaks truth to power. And
he is the power. What do you mean he speaks truth to power? In what way could you possibly believe he speaks truth to power? That doesn't even make any fucking sense.
And he wants to reform the system. But it was interesting that he made those comments that he felt like there is a growing sense of unity in Washington. So we had this guy who obviously, if you've read his manifesto, he was
talking about the assassin.
Was radicalized by the system, and this system was created intentionally.
Yeah, radicalized by the left, right? It's the left's fault, the left's problem, the left.
Democrat politicians, members of the mainstream press, centers of higher education have all been captured in this. It's ideological capture of institutions, and it started, I would say, in the 70s. Certainly got a foothold in the 80s in places like UC Berkeley and the college that my brothers attended, Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington. Schools like that became centers for Marxism.
No, they fucking didn't, okay? There is no Marxism in the United States. People oftentimes, they just want to move on to a different subject because it's on its face ridiculous. There is not a single politician in the United States that is Marxist, all right? Get fucking help, please, I'm begging you. These people are fucking lost, dude, seriously.
And teaching Marxism in higher education.
Nobody is teaching quote-unquote Marxism in higher education. Unless he's talking about just the political theories, that's in every economics class.
And it has steadily progressed. You've had presidents like Barack Obama who have furthered this agenda of the institutionalization of Marxism.
No. What does he mean by Marxism? I can only assume he means Obama's trying to turn us all communist, right? But that's not happening. That has never happened. That's never been happening. I just don't understand where their heads are that they believe such a thing. It's really, really wild to see somebody say such an absurd thing. How many communists are there in the United States? Almost none, right? There isn't even a resurgence of this or anything. Nearly every single person in the U.S. is a capitalist, or even further right than that, a corporatist or something.
Yeah.
They hate our country. They hate what our country stands for, and they want to destroy it.
Who is they? Are they in the room with us right now?
That's their end game. President Trump is trying to get our country back, to go back to the roots, the foundations of liberty, equal justice under the law. And that's his vision. and the Marxists don't want that.
I am not a Marxist, but I assume he views me as a Marxist. I do want equal justice under the law. I don't know what you're smoking that you think that the left doesn't want that. What the fuck are you talking about?
They want to destroy this country, and they want to create a global superstate. That's their.
Can I ask you one question on that?
Yeah,
I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
When you say captured, there's a lot of always new people waking up, new people joining. When you say these institutions have been captured by who, for what? I mean, you kind of
Right? Who is they? Thank you.
partially answered it, but captured by who?
All right. So let's see. Captured by what I would call the deep state.
Okay.
That's kind of the easiest way to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the most hollow, vapid way to say it. So
Phrase it. There has been this kind of a nebulous entity that we call the deep state. Some people call it the permanent state. Some people call it the administrative state.
nobody calls it the permanent state. Okay? That's not a thing.
Part of it is the military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
There is there's a complex of people, agencies, and institutions that have ideological goals, and they use the mainstream media, they use higher education, they use television, they use radio, they use the internet to brainwash the people into believing certain narratives.
Nobody's doing that. Fucking please. If anybody's doing that, it's Donald Trump is in his weird little nutcases. Like Larry fucking Ellison purchasing CNN and CBS and everything else. I cannot believe that he does not see this. This shit is wild.
And because we act out of what we believe, they know that if they can get us to believe certain things, they can get us to act in certain ways. And part of the agenda is compliance. They really want to force compliance on us. They want us to comply with their agenda. One of the examples is COVID.
Yeah.
COVID was a psyop in many ways, not the least of which.
Wait, so was COVID real in this guy's mind, I wonder? Or was it completely fake? Was there just like no illness at all that was circulating? Was the deep state just trying to get you to comply and that it doesn't go deeper than that? Is that what he's saying?
Is they were testing the ability of institutions like the National Institutes of Health and the FDA and other medical entities and agencies. They were testing their ability to get people to comply with unreasonable requests, such as you need to wear a mask.
That's unreasonable? What is unreasonable about that? I don't understand. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, COVID was a wild time. Do you guys remember that shit? They said some wild shit back then under COVID. Made some absolutely insane fucking claims. Like, you remember that one dude who said, if you drink your own piss, then you will be safe from COVID? It's called urine therapy. Do you remember that? Christopher Key. Yeah, that was his name, Christopher Key. That shit was wild. These people will believe fucking anything.
You need social distancing, 6 feet, 14 days to slow the spread. Don't go into the nursing home to see your dying grandparents. That's cruel.
Yeah.
Okay. nobody said you can't go to the nursing home to see your dying grandparent. They said you have to be careful because you can spread it to everybody else. Don't you find it fascinating how this dude uses that as some kind of virtue signal? Like, that's wrong that they would force you to not see your grandparents. But then he blames Andrew Cuomo for not taking care of, or for sending people back to the nursing homes during COVID, which is like negligent at best. There is no rational thought bouncing around in this bald head of his. It's all ideology, all the way down with this dude.
Going to kill them, right? They were trying to see how effective their brainwashing program was, and a lot of people fell for it.
Complete fucking nonsense.
And as a little bit of a segue, we'll get back to the assassination attempt in a minute. I just wanted,
Sure.
This is a good place to drop a little promotion for a novel that I'm writing right now.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, boy, he's writing a novel. Okay, that sounds interesting. I believe that this guy basically wrote like one book per month for most of his life because he wasn't very famous. Nobody knew who he was, and I guess when you're not very famous, that's how you have to write, like incessantly. I'm telling you what he said. This is not my interpretation of it. Anyway, so he wrote like, one book per month about whatever stupid QAnon shit he had going on. And I guess he's coming out with another. Okay, go on.
Show that.
Which has to do with this separation that has happened in the last 6 years. It probably started back in 2016 when Trump first came into office. That's when people started to notice this friction between family members and friends over politics.
I'm sorry, one more time?
When Trump first came into office, that's when people started to notice this friction between family members and friends over politics.
Well, I'll raise you. That's when they started to notice, and I will see. No, all right, let me rephrase. I see your. That's when they started to notice, and I raise you. That's when it started. You don't think that maybe Donald Trump was like responsible for that shit? That's not crossing your mind at all.
It never used to be like that. I mean, you and I are, we've been around for a long time.
Differences were common in families, and everybody got along anyway.
You're a Democrat, I'm Republican. We see things differently, but hey, we can get together and have dinner, and we don't have to be at each other's throats.
Yes, and Donald Trump made that whole thing worse intentionally. He did that shit because he wanted to.
All of that changed in 2016 when Trump got into office. The mainstream media began this full court press. Where they began to push this narrative.
Bro, please get help. That's insane. You're literally blaming the political division on the media instead of Donald Trump. You cannot be real with this shit. By the by, thank you for the hype train, guys. PYE 1971, thanks for the bits. Many, many bits. Resubbed for 1 month. Miracle, thank you for the sub. 49 months. Happy to be here. Keep up the great work. Will do. There's a hype train going on, or there was, I guess, on Twitch. Thank you, Viking EBJ, as well. And Kitty Mom. And, yeah. Shapeshifter from before. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. I'm just checking through here. Okay, cool. Let's continue for another minute. And then I'm going to go feed the cats.
That Trump is crazy. Trump is unhinged. Trump is corrupt.
He is corrupt. Objectively, factually, he is corrupt. This is not up for debate. This isn't about your feelings or whatever other shit. He is corrupt as they come. I do not want to fucking hear it. That you think he's not corrupt. That is wild. What about suing the IRS for $10 billion fucking dollars? What about his meme coin? That is unforgivable, right? His meme coin. Dude had a fucking meme coin. How do you explain that? How do you justify it? Made billions of dollars off of a meme coin, and it acted as a funnel to, like, other to other countries' leadership who could give him money through this meme coin and gain access.
That has transformed with the Epstein files into Trump as a pedophile. He's covered.
Well, he is, obviously. He refused to release the Epstein files. How do you interpret that as anything other than he's a pedophile? Let me rephrase. He refused to release the Epstein files, and the ones it did release show an FBI complaint against him from Jane Doe 4 that proves that he had accusations against him of taking advantage of yet another young girl. How many? How many girls has he taken advantage of now? I don't know. Let's see. Doe 4, let me see if I can find an answer here. Hang on. I'm almost there. At least 5 distinct alleged underage victims documented in legal filings or FBI records, plus the broader party/pageant allegations. At least 5. So what's that about? Is he not a pedophile? Like, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. When there's this much smoke, when there is this much fucking smoke, there's certainly fire, right? Is he being railroaded? Is he the only innocent guy in the Epstein files and he's just being mistreated by all of them? Is that what it is?
That has transformed with the Epstein files into Trump as a pedophile. He's covering up for Epstein and all the pedophiles. And this is the reason why this guy went out and tried to kill Trump this over the weekend. In his manifesto, he said, I'm not going to let this pedophile, criminal, traitor affect me anymore. I have a chance to do something. I have a chance to make a change, and I'm going to do it. This guy was, he came out of Caltech. He came out of that institutional system where that has been captured.
Oh, fucking please. Yeah, it's because of the university that he went to. Yeah, they have classes on Donald Trump being a pedophile, right? Is that what it is? You go to Donald Trump, the pedophile class, right?
By the deep state, and they're pushing these narratives of that conservatives are Nazis.
I don't think conservatives are Nazis, but I think Nazis are conservative. In fact, that's not something I think. They are. Nazis are conservative.
That people like Trump are a threat to society and they have to be eliminated.
Yeah, we were all white supremacists.
We're all white supremacists. We're all racist. And as we know now, the Southern Poverty Law Center, which has put most of us on their little list of, that you're a racist.
Okay, I don't think they've put you on a you're a racist list. I think they've put you on an extremist list, which you deserve to be on because you are. But there's this news story where Donald Trump is basically attacking the Southern Poverty Law Center. He just, he's targeting them because he doesn't fucking like them because they make lists of extremists. Who would not like an organization who makes lists of extremists? I wonder. What type of person would not like a list of extremists? Anyway, Trump is targeting the Southern Poverty Law Center and claiming that they were funding extremist groups by paying informants for information about the group. Basically, they were paying people who were on the inside to find information about the group so that they could do investigations. I mean, reporters do that shit all the time. That's standard practice with reporters. He was very clearly looking for a reason to destroy the Southern Poverty Law Center. And now this poor dumb fool is going to repeat that stupid shit, right? Like, they are in such a... God, I don't know what other word to use other than haze. No pun intended, because this is Dave Hayes. They're in such a haze. Like, they're in such a bizarre fucking place in their mind. I don't understand how they got here or how to get them the fuck out. Wild shit.
Everyone who had a Q YouTube channel got attacked by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Well, because you're fucking extremists and insane and need help, serious help. So yeah, I would say that makes sense.
As a racist, a misogynist, a homophobe, all this other stuff. Well,
no, mentally ill is actually what I would describe QAnon as. Mentally ill over anything.
Now we find out Southern Poverty Law Center, what is it? It's a PSYOP. They were literally taking donations from their donors and funding fake racism.
No, they weren't. They were paying informants for information on these groups, and now they're being attacked by Donald Trump's Department of Justice for it, obviously.
Funding the Patriot Front. Those guys with the uniforms who'd go out and do their little marching thing around Washington, D.C. They'd pop up out of an escalator, always under protection. They'd do their little march around for 2 minutes and then disappear, and you wouldn't see them for 6 months. Funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Complete nonsense.
And a nonprofit that was claiming to be fighting racism while they were funding it the whole time. That's part of the PSYOP. That is institutional capture. The mainstream media, higher education, the healthcare system, the education system, many areas of the tech industry, Facebook, Twitter when it was under Jack Dorsey, captured in this ideological bubble where they were pushing all these fake narratives, portraying people like you and me as crazy Nazis, white supremacists.
Hey, if you're not, then come out against Patriot Front. That was a little weak. Let's really hear a full-throated denunciation of Patriot Front. Because there are an awful lot of people in Patriot Front who are now in the administration. Seriously. All right, I have to feed the cats. I'm going to let this play for a minute, and I'm going to... Current position. All right. I will be back in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll continue where we left off, okay? All right, I'll be right back.
That is why you and I are having problems with our family members and our friends. And I wanted to let you guys know, this issue has affected almost everyone I know. This division where you suddenly can't talk to your kids anymore. You don't get to see your grandkids. Your next door neighbors have basically said, don't ring my doorbell. I don't want to talk to you. You're a Nazi. This issue of division has become huge. And I'm writing a novel that illustrates this issue from both sides of the wall, correct? Because people have put up walls. And the novel is going to illustrate the issue from both sides of the wall.
Is that, by the way, Dave, is that the one we looked at before the show, or is that a different one?
No, you're talking about Arcturus.
Yeah.
That's a science fiction novel.
Okay, that's different.
Different story. This is a novel I'm working on that is going to illustrate the problem of how families divide over various issues. And I'm going to propose a solution at the end of this of the novel. It's going to be woven into there what I believe is the answer to the problem. Anyway, back to institutional capture. So these assassins who are trying to coming out and trying to kill Trump, universally, whether there are millions of people online who would love to try to take a shot at Trump, and there are a handful of people who actually are crazy enough to get the guns and go out there and try to take the shot. They're all part of this large group of people who have been brainwashed by the mainstream media, by their politicians, by their friends and family members on social media. They've been brainwashed into thinking that Trump and his followers are Nazis, white supremacists, we're a danger to society, we have to be eliminated. They can't talk to us, they can't associate with us. And so, what do we do about this? This is it's a tragedy that this is happening, but it's intentional. And until the people that are behind this agenda are willing to stop weaponizing the airwaves, it's only going to continue, and it's going to continue to get worse. Yeah. Unfortunately, as President Trump is successfully rooting out corruption in government. Here's an example. We've recently found out over the last few months that there's massive fraud in all these government entitlement programs, Medicare, Medicaid, the hospice fraud. There's all of this fraud going on where people are ripping off, not the government, they're ripping off taxpayers, charging and billing for services they're not providing. It's in California, it's in Minnesota, it's everywhere, it's in Florida. It's more prominent in blue states, but it's also present in red states. And this is the kind of thing that Dr. Oz and RFK Jr. are going after. And this fraud and the grift is what keeps these institutions and agencies in business. It's what keeps, like, when it came out that there was all of this fraud going on through the State Department, through the entities and agencies that the State Department props up. There's all this money, taxpayer money, going into these State Department agencies. And we found out that we were literally paying for the New York Times, Washington Post, the Atlantic, all of these leftist mainstream media outlets were all receiving funding from the State Department, from taxpayers, and no one knew anything about it.
And what was the funding supposed to be for? If they're for-profit organizations, why are they getting funding? Or maybe they're not for-profit.
Exactly. I mean, there's the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which has been funding National Public Radio, NPR, and all of that. But no one really knew that for-profit news agencies were being propped up by taxpayer money until the investigation came out. We found out, oh, hey, by the way, there's all this taxpayer money going through all these different agencies into nonprofits and into for-profit corporations, and because the mainstream news industry collapsed so hard, they had no readership, no following, they couldn't make any money. So then the powers that be started taking taxpayer money and funding this psychological operation against us, right? Yeah. So when I say institutional capture, that's what I'm talking about. State Department, Defense Department, education, healthcare, the whole system has been weaponized against people like us. They're using our money and they're running psychological operations to brainwash these people into thinking that we are Nazis, we're a threat to society, and we need to be eliminated. That's where this is all going.
Yeah, and ironically, it sounds pure evil, and it is, to break the law and do that, while at the same time, not to introduce a new subject, but just as a quick aside, the big pharma, the whole thing is using our money to fund intentionally drugs that they know will hurt us.
Right.
And everybody gets rich using our money with the supposed benefit that we're all going to get well. And it was never intended that we get well in most cases, not in all cases.
And what I was talking about just a minute ago through the State Department, I'm talking about USAID.
Yeah.
The big scandal that came out when it was found out that USAID was taking taxpayer money, funneling it into NGOs, non-government organizations, some of which are charities, and some of that money was actually used for human trafficking. Some of the Catholic charities were down at the border running a human trafficking operation off of money from USAID that came through the State Department. USAID was putting out all this money to fund mainstream media outlets. They were running all the color revolutions that have gone on over the years to overthrow legitimately democratically elected leaders, like the one in Ukraine in 2014. That color revolution was paid for, thank you, Victoria Nuland, by the State Department through USAID.
Wow.
So it's a mess, and Trump is trying to clean it up. But back to the assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You read the guy's manifesto and you can see what his motivation was. It's a crime right now that the Department of Homeland Security, which funds Secret Service, is not funded. They have not been funded now for, I think,
so all of those people that in those videos, they're not getting paid to protect the president.
And we have a friend whose son is in the Secret Service, and he said morale is pretty low because the hours are long, the work is very difficult, and no one wants to work those kind of hours. Every time anything happens, you get lit up by the mainstream media, you're lit up on social media, you're made fun of and mocked. It's very difficult to recruit anyone to work in the Secret Service. They have a huge recruiting problem. They have a manpower problem, recruiting problem. Now they have a budgetary problem. They're not getting paid. A lot of Secret Service members and people who work for DHS are putting their food bills and their rent on credit cards because they don't have any money coming in. So I would go a little easy on these people. They're working under very difficult conditions.
Well, yeah, you're right. What you mean, I think, is that people have been picking on them for you didn't do a good job protecting the president. And, in some senses, we're sort of fortunate that they all didn't walk off the job. But this is another blue state thing.
It's very difficult to 100% prevent someone from taking a shot if they want to take a shot.
Yeah. You
don't have to get close to the president to take a shot. You can do it from a long ways away.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to prevent that from happening. And there was a lot of things working against him at this particular venue. It wasn't the White House. It was a hotel. It was an older hotel. The event was not under the control of the White House. It was under the control of the White House Correspondents Association, which is run by a separate agency. They had control of this event. They were actually responsible for security. The only reason Secret Service was there was because of J.D. Vance and Trump. They brought their Secret Service teams with them.
Really? Okay.
If it would have been at the White House, it would have been a totally different situation. This was at a hotel.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I know Trump right after it. I mean, within 30 minutes, 60 minutes after the attempt, he's out there saying, if we had had the ballroom, when we finally get the ballroom,
wouldn't have happened.
This never could have happened because they could be so well staffed with emergency exits and all of that stuff, or none.
Well, and the judge who put the injunction in place to stop the building of the ballroom, literally, in his opinion, said that Trump has not demonstrated a national security interest in building the ballroom.
I mean, this is all Obama appointed stuff. Once in a while, you come up to a Bush appointed someone that'll do that, or or conservative, but most of them, and some of those are on the take by now, and they're voting, not voting, but they're decreeing from their judges' bench evil things. You know, I mean, the scripture talks about the judges. You know, they've all turned bad, basically. That's what we're dealing with, man.
No one knew years ago how corrupt our judiciary system is.
Not even.
It's been an eye-opener for me over the last few years, and kind of hard to believe how bad the courts are in certain parts of the country. Certainly in places like Washington, D.C. and Virginia, it's terrible. But it is what it is. We have to pray that God will remove these corrupt judges and bring in righteous judges.
I mean, Peter, I can almost hear not in my ear, but in my mind's ear, people saying, what good does it do to pray? We've been praying, and look at what keeps happening. But I would respond, look what keeps not happening. The president keeps not getting killed. They said that about President Washington, George Washington. He came home with bullet holes through and through his jacket that should have hit him, and he was untouched. I think there's a certain grace, but it's there because we are all praying. So don't give up because you're not seeing it. And hey, in fact, I want you to talk about that justice thing too, because the Kash Patel thing that you were talking about.
Okay, so let's shift gears without a segue here. Kash Patel and justice. The reason why we pray is because if we don't, we're going to become like China. We're going to have surveillance everywhere. We're going to have social credit scores where if you say the wrong thing on social media, you won't be able to buy food this week. We don't want to become like China. We want to become more, we want to make America great again. We want it to be that land of the free and the home of the brave.
Exactly.
So we have to continue praying. And what are we praying into? We're praying for things like people like Kash Patel, who knows where the bodies are buried, by the way, to be able to do his investigations unimpeded, where he can get to the bottom of all of this criminal activity, and we can start seeing people arrested. Now, last weekend, Kash Patel went on, I think he was on with Maria Bartiromo, and made a very bold statement. He said, look, I am not going to let go of this Russiagate hoax. We're investigating it. We've got grand juries impaneled. We're hearing testimony. Brennan, Comey, Clapper, Susan Rice, Valerie Jarrett,
and Obama, right?
They've all been subpoenaed. They're all going to come in and testify. He says, there are going to be arrests. It is coming. Mark my words. So Kash Patel, director of the FBI, he was with Devin Nunes on the House Intelligence Committee when all of this started. Devin Nunes ran the investigation of the abuse of FISA against the Trump campaign and then against the Trump administration in 2016, 2017. Nunes ran the investigation. Kash Patel was his lead attorney. Kash did the digging and figured out who was doing what, how they got these FISA warrants, how they illegally surveilled the campaign, and then how they got the Mueller investigation, how they got the impeachment hoax #1 and the second impeachment hoax, and all the other follow-on crimes that came after that. And I say crimes because what they're doing, we know for sure there is a grand jury impaneled down in South Florida that is hearing evidence regarding this, what they're calling a grand conspiracy. Conspiracy is not a theory, it is a felony. And they are investigating crimes committed by all these people against President Trump and his campaign and his administration during the first administration and into the second administration too. Part of it is the illegal surveillance of the Trump campaign using false testimony in a FISA court. That goes back to surveilling Carter Page under FISA. They got FISA surveillance warrants on Carter Page 4 times, and because of Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA allows you not just to surveil the target of the investigation, but anyone in their orbit, anyone that they're communicating with, emailing, texting, all those people are swept up in the investigation. You can then read the text messages and emails.
Okay, cats have been fed, and so has the Owen. Well, I haven't been fed yet, but I got the food. I made eggs with sausage and shredded cheese and toast. So goddamn fucking good. Okay. Did you guys see the cats come in and they were eating? And then Miki came in and ate Kashmir's food? Yeah. She does that. Okay. Let's step back. Where were we? Markers, 22 minutes, 39 minutes. Okay. So that took me about 18 minutes.
That is why you and I are having problems with our family members and our friends. And I wanted to...
Wow, dude. Refusing to take responsibility all the way up to this late hour.
Let you guys know. This issue has affected almost everyone I know. This division where you suddenly can't talk to your kids anymore. You don't get to see your grandkids. Your next door neighbors have basically said, don't ring my doorbell. I don't want to talk to you. You're a Nazi.
Good. Good. That Nazi shit is infectious. It's like a fucking disease. In my book, God's People, which is forthcoming, I frame it like a snake slithering out of the ground when it's time to reinfect, to re-poison society. It gets clamped down hard in, World War II, and they slither underground and wait for the moment to be right again. Yeah, I hope your family doesn't want anything to do with your vile, disgusting ways.
This issue of division has become huge, and I'm writing a novel that illustrates this issue from both sides of the wall. Correct?
Because he's fair, you see. He's fair. He always treats people fair.
Put up walls. And the novel is going to illustrate the issue from both sides of the wall.
Is that, by the way, Dave, is that the one we looked at before the show, or is that a different one?
No, you're talking about Arcturus.
Yeah.
That's a science fiction novel.
Okay, that's different.
Different story. This is a novel I'm working on that is going to illustrate the problem of how families...
Dude, I should read his book, Arcturus. Is that what he called it?
...divide over various issues. And I'm going to propose a solution at the end of this of the novel. It's going to be woven into there what I believe is the answer to the problem. Anyway, back to institutional capture. So these assassins who are trying to coming out and trying to kill Trump, universally, whether there are millions of people online who would love to try to take a shot at Trump. And there are...
Oh, it's Opturius. Opturius. Dave Hayes wrote Opturius, Beneath the Crimson Sky. Okay. Of the Red Sky trilogy. I'm curious because I really like sci-fi. I'm a big sci-fi fan. Opturius, Beneath the Crimson Sky. Opturius, yeah. It's about a guy named Adam Walker who, after a tragic accident, leaves him guilt-ridden, gets abducted by an interstellar team, taken to the planet Opturius. Like, you got to imagine, QAnon is so out of their fucking heads, any sci-fi written by them has to be fascinating, right? Like, they're already fucking insane. They have to have some fascinating sci-fi. Oh, this is Christian inflected sci-fi about spiritual awakening on alien planets. Okay, never mind.
a handful of people who actually are crazy enough to get the guns and go out there and try to take the shot. They're all part of this.
What he's talking about here is stochastic terrorism. As a public figure, you target somebody that you don't like, and you call them a demon. You say they're evil, they're out to get you, they're trying to hurt children and all this shit. And you whip your audience into a blood frenzy until one of them is willing to do something psychotic. Trump is the king of stochastic terrorism.
Large group of people who have been brainwashed by the mainstream media, by their politicians, by their friends and family members on social media. They've been brainwashed into thinking that Trump and his followers are Nazis, white supremacists, we're a danger to society, we have to be eliminated.
Well, you are a danger to society, but nobody believes you should be, quote unquote, eliminated as a poor, dumb sucker, as a fool like you are, Dave Hayes. But isn't it fascinating to listen to him literally describe the Trump movement? Brainwashed to believe all this insane shit about the media by Donald Trump. And now he's blaming everybody else for it. Fucking wild.
They can't talk to us. They can't associate with us. And so, what do we do about this? We this is it's a tragedy that this is happening, but it's intentional. And until the people that are behind this agenda are willing to stop weaponizing the airwaves, it's only going to continue, and it's going to continue to get worse.
Yeah.
He just thinks it's people on the left instead of who it actually is, which is Donald Trump. That shit is fucking wild, dude. Honestly, how are they so fucking brainwashed to believe that Donald Trump is a good, trustworthy person? What a wild thing to believe. Seriously. What the fuck?
Unfortunately, as President Trump is successfully rooting out corruption in government. Here's an example. We've recently found out over the last few months that there's massive fraud in all these government entitlement programs.
Okay.
Medicare, Medicaid.
There is not massive fraud in those programs. There's a little bit of fraud, as there is with any program at all, literally at all. There isn't, quote unquote, a massive amount. But framing it as though there's a massive amount creates this justification for erasing the entitlement programs or making them more difficult to get on. Do you know why they're called entitlements? Because we're fucking entitled to them. We paid for them. Our money goes into those programs. 15.3% or 14.7% or something. I don't know what it is now. Of your money goes into that, in addition to regular taxes, every single year. We're entitled to it because we fucking paid for it. It's entitlement because you can't touch it, because it's ours. It's a trust fund. It's unique. It's not like the other tax dollars in that it was ours and now it's the government's. It's ours. That is ours, not the government's. So Dave Hayes, well, let me rephrase. Donald Trump has come up with a nice, clean excuse, or his sycophants who are in government, to start pulling money out of entitlements that we paid in. We are entitled to that shit because we paid for it. They're taking that and moving it to other areas of the government or putting it in their own fucking pockets or whatever else. You cannot touch entitlements.
The hospice fraud. There's all of this fraud going on where people are ripping off, not the government, they're ripping off taxpayers, charging and billing for services they're not providing. It's in California, it's in Minnesota, it's
great. Then prove it. Just prove it. Give us some proof that this is happening. You can't just sit there and claim that this is happening with absolutely no proof and expect me to view you as anything other than a fucking idiot.
It's everywhere. It's in Florida. It's more prominent in blue states, but it's also present in red states.
Please, any evidence, anything.
And this is the kind of thing that Dr. Oz and RFK Jr. are going after. And this fraud and the grift is what keeps these institutions and agencies in business. It's what keeps, like,
Wait. The fraud is what keeps agencies in business? I thought the government agencies did not operate at a profit. Like, why would they be dependent on fraud to continue operating? What are you fucking talking about?
when it came out that there was all of this fraud going on through the State Department, through the entities and agencies that the State Department props up. There's all this money, taxpayer money, going into these State Department agencies. And we found out that we were literally paying for the New York Times, Washington Post, the Atlantic, all of these leftist...
Right? I remember this. They were basically, this State Department paid for a single subscription for a lot of these newspapers for record-keeping purposes, and because you're supposed to have subscriptions to all of these. It was a completely normal, logical, fine thing, was not fraud-related. They were just paying for a subscription to each of these for the people that worked at the State Department. Actually, you know what? Let me just look this up. Hold on. Let me get more info on this one. 1 second here. Just a second. See if I can find this. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Here's the story. He claims the State Department / USAID was secretly funding the New York Times, Washington Post, the Atlantic, Politico as part of a psychological operation. Trump... Wait. I'm sorry, I'm just reading here. Federal agencies, in reality, collectively spent about $8 million combined on Politico subscriptions and products in 2024. These were just subscriptions to Politico Pro, which provides policy tracking and reporting tools. USAID specifically paid $24,000 for Politico subscriptions that year. They were not secretly funding them. That is complete fucking delusion. Trump claimed on Truth Social that billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and given to the fake news media as a payoff for favorable stories about Democrats. White House Press Secretary Leavitt then attributed the full $8 million to USAID specifically, which was wrong. USAID was only $24,000 total. So anyway, that's how the lies spread and grow and turn into something absolutely fucking insane. And he fell for it. Like the sucker that he is.
Mainstream media outlets were all receiving funding from the State Department, from taxpayers, and no one knew anything about it.
This is just a lie. He's just completely full of shit.
And what what was the funding supposed to be for? If they're for-profit organizations, why are they getting funding? Or maybe they're not for-profit.
Exactly. I mean, there's a Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Hey, Steve, I'd really appreciate it if you coughed into the microphone a little bit louder. It means a lot to me when you do that.
Which has been funding National Public Radio, NPR, and all of that. But no one really knew that for-profit news agencies were being propped up by taxpayer money. And
this is just a flat-out lie. Trump's own first-term executive office of the president spent $880,000 on Politico subscriptions. They were just Politico subscriptions. This is just propaganda.
Until the investigation came out, we found out, oh, hey, by the way, there's all this taxpayer money going through all these different agencies into nonprofits and into for-profit corporations. And because the mainstream news industry collapsed so hard, they had no readership, no following, they couldn't make any money.
What?
So then the powers that be started taking taxpayer money and funding this psychological operation against us.
Complete fucking nonsense. All the way down. All of it. Complete nonsense. Like, literally none of that is accurate. Factually accurate.
Right?
Yeah.
So when I say institutional capture, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, then you're wrong about literally everything, if that's the case. Is that really all you were talking about?
State Department, Defense Department, education, healthcare. The whole system has been weaponized against people like us. They're using our money and they're running psychological operations to brainwash these people into thinking that we are Nazis, we're a threat to society, and
you are Nazis, okay? I don't know about him personally, specifically, but lots and lots of people involved in this movement are Nazis. Not all conservatives are Nazis. All Nazis are conservative.
Need to be eliminated. That's where this is all going.
Yeah, and ironically, it sounds pure evil, and it is, to break the law and do that, while at the same time, not to introduce a new subject, but just as a quick aside, the big pharma, the whole thing is using our money to fund intentionally drugs that they know will hurt us.
Jesus Christ, these people are fucking lost.
Right.
And everybody gets rich using our money with the supposed benefit that we're all going to get well.
Well, first of all, it's not your money anymore. When it goes to the government, it's the government's money beyond that point. And you have to lobby the government to convince them to do certain things with it because it's not your money anymore. This kind of bothers me a little bit, how all of these libertarian scumbags are always framing it as though it's their money and they can just walk into the bank and take it out anytime. That's not how this works. Also, it's not your money in the same way that Social Security is your money or that Medicaid is your money. Those are actually your money in a trust set aside for you that's being managed by the government uniquely. Those are different things.
And it was never intended that we get well in most cases, not in all cases.
And what I was talking about just a minute ago through the State Department, I'm talking about USAID.
Yeah.
The big scandal that came out when it was found out that USAID was taking taxpayer money, funneling it into NGOs, non-government organizations, some of which are charities, and some of that money was actually used for human trafficking.
No, complete lie. Just fabricated, nonsensical bullshit.
Some of the Catholic charities were down at the border running a human trafficking operation off of money from USAID that came through the State Department. USAID was putting out all this money to fund mainstream media outlets. They were running all the color revolutions that have gone on over the years to overthrow legitimately democratically elected leaders like the one in Ukraine in 2014. That color revolution was paid for, thank you, Victoria Nuland, by the State
name dropping.
State Department through USAID.
Wow.
So,
all right, let me find out what the fuck he's talking about here. All right, here are the real facts on this. In December 2013, Victoria Nuland said in a speech that the U.S. had invested over $5 billion on democratic skills, institutions, civic participation, and good governance in Ukraine since 1991. The State Department confirmed that since 1992, the government spent about $5.1 billion on democracy building programs in Ukraine, with money flowing from state/U.S. aid plus defense, energy, agriculture, and others. About $2.4 billion went to peace and security programs, including military assistance and border security. Sorry. Now I'm doing what Steve was doing a minute ago, coughing into the microphone. Wait. Here's the distortion. Hayes and the MAGA/Kremlin narrative collapsed 23 years of democracy promotion spending into the CIA spent $5 billion to fund the 2014 color revolution. I'm sorry, hang on. I'm getting a message from Twitch. Got it. All right. The $5 billion figure represents the total amount of assistance Washington allocated to Ukraine after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. So they're twisting this around. This is just straight up Russian propaganda here.
By the State Department through USAID.
Wow.
So it's a mess, and Trump is trying to clean it up. But back to the assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You read the guy's manifesto, and you can see what his motivation was. It's a crime right now that the Department of Homeland Security, which funds Secret Service, is not funded. They have not been funded now for, I think,
so all of those people that in those videos, they're not getting paid to protect the president.
And
what the fuck is he talking about?
I have a friend whose son is in the Secret Service, and he said
Let me guess, Dave doesn't actually have a medical license, right? No, he doesn't. I think he used to be a medic a long time ago. And he claims that he used to pray over people and they would just get better instantly. You know, the type, that same ridiculous garbage.
Morale is pretty low because the hours are long, the work is very difficult, and no one wants to work those kind of hours. Every time anything happens, you get lit up by the mainstream media, you're lit up on social media, you're made fun of and mocked. It's very difficult to recruit anyone to work in the Secret Service. They have a huge recruiting problem. They have a manpower problem.
I don't know that that's even true, but whatever.
Recruiting problem. Now they have a budgetary problem. They're not getting paid.
Well, why is that? I mean, Donald Trump controls every branch of government, every single branch. Why would they not be getting paid, I wonder?
A lot of Secret Service members and people who work for DHS are putting their food bills and their rent on credit cards because they don't have any money coming in. So I would go a little easy on these people. They're working under very difficult conditions.
Well, yeah.
How does he know any of that, even if that's true?
Yeah, you're right. What you mean, I think, is that people have been picking on them for you didn't do a good job protecting the president. And,
I think they did a fine job. I mean, they probably should have swept the whole thing and made sure guests didn't have weapons or bombs or anything like that. That was probably, they definitely dropped the ball on that one, but they stopped the guy at the door, right? So
since we're sort of fortunate that they all didn't walk off the job, but this is another blue state thing.
It's very difficult.
It's a blue state thing? Are you kidding me right now? This is a blue state problem. It's literally the federal fucking government hiring Secret Service members. You're saying that Secret Service isn't being paid adequately by Donald Trump because of blue states? What?
off the job. But this
Right.
is another blue state thing.
It's very difficult to 100% prevent someone from taking a shot if they want to take a shot.
Yeah.
You don't have to get close to the president to take a shot. You can do it from a long ways away.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to prevent that from happening. And there was a lot of things working against him at this particular venue. It wasn't the White House. It was a hotel.
Yeah, but it was inside a room. They could very easily have been meticulous about checking guests and everything and searching and all that other shit. Or they could have just rented the whole hotel for the weekend or whatever, or for that day, and just like nobody is allowed to, set up shop there or stay there or whatever. There are a billion things they could have done differently or better, but whatever.
Like
I said, or like Yargenji said, he's not dead, so consider that a win, right?
Older hotel. The event was not under the control of the White House. It was under the control of the White House Correspondents Association, which is run by a separate agency. They had control of this event.
I don't believe him on that one. Correspondence Agency. Assassination took place. Drill that. Let me see if I can find the info on this one. I just want to know like how much he's lying, how full of shit he really is. The WHCA, White House Correspondents Association, runs the dinner, not the White House. That's true. But Secret Service was absolutely there providing security. So that's just completely made up. Trump does not control the WHCA, so that's accurate. But they absolutely could have searched all of the people. It doesn't matter who was running the WHCA. It's irrelevant.
They were actually responsible for security. The only reason Secret Service was there was because of J.D. Vance and Trump. They brought their Secret Service teams with them.
No, Secret Service was in control of security.
Okay, really? Okay.
No, not really.
If it would have been at the White House, it would have been a totally different situation. This was at a hotel.
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I know Trump right after it. I mean, within 30 minutes, 60 minutes after the attempt, he's out there saying, if we had had the ballroom.
Yes, and then literally the next day, hang on. Let me find this image here. And then literally the next day, Mary Trump, his niece, points this out. How can he possibly stay safe without a ballroom? And he's riding around on a golf cart in the open air. Yeah, definitely need that ballroom, huh? It's just complete bullshit. All of it is complete and total bullshit. Every word out of these people's fucking mouths is a lie.
When we finally get the ballroom,
Wouldn't have happened.
This never could have happened because they could be so well staffed with
fucking please. They could have staffed the hotel really, really well. You think they couldn't fortify a hotel? Give me a break.
Emergency exits and all of that stuff,
because emergency exits don't exist in hotels, or they won't exist in the ballroom or whatever the fuck, right?
And the judge who put the injunction in place to stop the building of the ballroom.
Let me guess, leftist, radical, Marxist, communist, libtard cuckflake, right?
Literally, in his opinion, said that Trump has demonstrated a national security interest in building the ballroom.
I mean, this is all Obama appointed stuff. Once in a while, you come up to a Bush appointed someone that'll do that, or conservative. But most of them,
many of these judges were Trump appointed, actually. And what's the national security reason for building the ballroom, actually? The president can be kept safe without a fucking ballroom. They obviously just want to build this as a vanity project. And in my mind, that is not an acceptable excuse for burning through our money.
And some of those are on the tape by now, and they're voting, not voting, but they're decreeing from their judge's bench evil things. You know, I mean, the scripture talks about the judges. You know, they've all turned bad, basically.
What?
That's what we're dealing with, man.
No one knew years ago how corrupt our judiciary system is.
Not even.
They're so corrupt, yes. Every time they come out against Donald Trump, it shows how corrupt they are. Not how corrupt Donald Trump is. It's how corrupt literally everybody else is. It's a whole institution that's been corrupted, not just one piece of shit scumbag who's running around trying to corrupt it. It can't be this one piece of shit. It has to be everybody else. Totally. That makes sense.
It's been an eye-opener for me over the last few years, and kind of hard to believe how bad the courts are in certain parts of the country. Certainly in places like Washington, D.C. and Virginia, it's terrible. But it is what it is. We have to pray.
Praying solves all problems, as we know.
That God will remove these corrupt judges and bring in righteous judges.
I can almost hear not in my ear, but in my mind's ear.
Your mind's ear. Okay, go on.
People saying, what good does it do to pray? We've been praying and look at what keeps happening.
Right?
But I would respond, look what keeps not happening. The president keeps not getting killed. They said that about President Washington, George Washington.
Oh, fucking please.
He came home with bullet holes through and through his jacket that should have hit him, and he was untouched. I think there's a certain grace, but it's there because we are all praying. So don't give up because you're not seeing it. And hey, in fact, I want you to talk about that justice thing too, because the Kash Patel thing that you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So let's shift gears without a segue here.
Okay. Anyway, Jesus Christ, dude. These people are fucking delusional. Delusional. The shit they say is so confusing. I don't understand how they've come to all of these insane conclusions, really. That it's everybody else that's the problem and not Donald Trump, not me. My Nazi beliefs are not the problem. You know, I don't even think Dave Hayes is a Nazi. I don't, honestly. I really don't think Dave Hayes is a Nazi. And I don't think the dude on the left is a Nazi either. I think to be a Nazi, in my mind, you have to be a race realist. And I don't know that these people are race realists. I don't think they'd have a problem going to a church with a black person or whatever. Nick Fuentes would. But their policies, their beliefs, their ideals, the movement they support does support Nazis heavily. Anyway, these people seriously need help. Tell me what you think in the comments. All right, we're going to continue watching, actually. But that seemed like a good segue. This is Dave Hayes, ex-QAnoner, talking to Steve Schultz, Mr. Blobfish, they say. Let's listen to these two QAnon nutcases talk.
Thing that you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So let's shift gears without a segue here. Kash Patel and justice.
Yeah.
The reason why we pray.
Yeah. Good.
Because if we don't, we're going to become like China.
Okay, so a minute ago, I know this is a new part, but they said people in their audience were getting burned out on praying. Like, we pray and nothing ever changes. And then they said, well, Donald Trump is still alive. That's proof that prayer works. And now they're saying,
if we don't, we're going to become like China.
If we don't pray, we become like China. Okay.
We're going to have surveillance everywhere. We're going to have social credit scores.
Like we don't already have surveillance everywhere, first of all. But okay.
Where if you say the wrong thing on social media, you won't be able to buy food this week. We don't want to become like China. We want to become more, we want to make America great again.
Yeah.
We want it to be that land of the free and the home of the brave.
Exactly.
So we have to continue praying. And what are we praying into? We're praying for things like people like Kash Patel, who knows where the bodies are buried, by the way, to be able to do his investigations unimpeded, where he can get to the bottom of...
Who the fuck is impeding him? Who is impeding Kash Patel right now? In what way is he being impeded from investigating bodies that are buried or whatever? Please investigate away. These people are the victims even when they're not the fucking victims. They are constant, perpetual victims when they control every branch of government, every government agency. When they control the judiciary across the fucking board, they're still victims. When will you not be a victim, Dave? At what point will you not be a victim anymore and actually be in control of the country? Will it always be Obama's fault? Every situation?
All of this criminal activity, and we can start seeing people arrested. Now, last weekend, Kash Patel went on, I think he was on with Maria Bartiromo, and made a very bold statement. He said, look, I am not going to let go of this Russiagate hoax. We're investigating it.
It wasn't a hoax. Donald Trump was legitimately involved with Russia in 2016. Paul Manafort was a Russian politician, okay? Why the fuck? He hadn't been in American politics, to my knowledge, at all. And Trump picks this shithead as his campaign manager? A literal Russian politician. You picked a Russian politician as your campaign manager. Really? I mean, you know what? Let's go down that road. Let's do it. Why not? Here, check this out.
All right, first, deep breath. Not that deep. This was a big day. Let's just talk about what has just happened. And let's talk about it with the full and complete expectation that more of it may yet happen while we are talking tonight. Things are at a boil. Things are going fast now. This is a time when everybody needs to pay attention. Here's why we have covered this story so intensely. Since it first became clear that there was something wrong and illicit and unexplained about the relationship between this particular foreign adversary and the unlikely rise of this unlikely politician who shocked everyone by winning the last US presidential election. I mean, there was no explicable reason why, as a presidential candidate, he would step with such excruciating care to avoid ever saying anything remotely negative or critical about Russia and its president. There was no explicable reason why he would dig out of the vault a campaign chairman who had not worked in American politics for more than a generation, but he had spent more than the past decade doing Vladimir Putin's political bidding overseas in the former Soviet Union.
That's Paul Manafort, who went to federal fucking prison because he was absolutely colluding with Russia. Paul Manafort wasn't. You can say you don't believe that Trump was, but everybody in Trump's orbit was colluding with Russia. Every single fucking one of them. They had literal Russian politicians working on Donald Trump's campaign. So anyway, that's just like one basic example of the Russiagate thing. That was 100% fucking real. That was 100% real. And to claim otherwise just shows me how completely full of shit you are.
All right, first.
We've got grand juries in panel. We're hearing testimony. Brennan, Comey, Clapper, Susan Rice, Valerie Jarrett.
And Obama, right?
They've all been subpoenaed. They're all going to come in and testify. He says, there are going to be arrests. It is coming. Mark my words.
Well, lucky for Obama, the Supreme Court decided that anything that a president does is immune. So Obama doesn't have to worry about anything, right?
So Kash Patel, director of the FBI, he was with Devin Nunes on the House Intelligence Committee when all of this started. Devin Nunes ran the investigation of the abuse of FISA against the Trump campaign and then against the Trump administration in 2016, 2017. Nunes ran the investigation. Kash Patel was his lead attorney. Kash did the digging and figured out who was doing what, how they got these FISA warrants, how they illegally surveilled the campaign.
They did not illegally surveil the campaign. Donald Trump, there are known Russian spies in the United States, and we're not outing them because we can wiretap them, right? Weirdly, Donald Trump and his family start calling these known Russian spies and having conversations with them. Like, what the fuck? Why is Don Jr. on the phone with, like, the Russian ambassador to fucking whatever? Why? And they launched Crossfire Hurricane to find out. And they uncovered that he was absolutely working with Russia. That Russia had completely infiltrated his campaign all the way through.
And then how they got the Mueller investigation, how they got the impeachment hoax #1 and the second impeachment hoax. And
those were hoaxes.
All the other follow-on crimes that came after that. And I say crimes because what they're doing, we know for sure there is a grand jury impaneled down in South Florida that is hearing evidence regarding this, what they're calling a grand conspiracy. Conspiracy is not a theory, it is a felony. And they are investigating crimes committed by all these people against President Trump.
Yeah. Trump is always the victim in every one of these situations, right? Totally.
And his campaign and his administration during the first administration and into the second administration too. Part of it is the illegal surveillance of the Trump campaign using false testimony in a FISA court. That goes back to surveilling Carter Page under FISA. They got FISA surveillance warrants on Carter Page 4 times, and because of Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA allows you not just to surveil the target of the investigation, but anyone in their orbit, anyone that they're communicating.
Well, they were corrupt as shit and working with a ton of people from Russia. So yeah, that makes sense. They absolutely should investigate everybody in their orbit. What are you fucking talking about?
With emailing, texting, all those people are swept up in the investigation. You can then read the text messages and emails of all those people. And that was happening to the Trump campaign. And then when President Trump got into office, that investigation continued. It morphed into the Mueller investigation, which turned out to be a big nothing burger.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Like 20 people went to jail over that. Let me figure out what the results were exactly. The Mueller investigation was not a big nothing burger. There were 34 indictments, including senior Trump campaign officials and Russian nationals. Paul Manafort, campaign chair, convicted on 8 felony counts of tax and bank fraud, later pled guilty to conspiracy. Michael Flynn pled guilty to lying to the FBI. Rick Gates pled guilty to conspiracy and lying. Michael Cohen pled guilty to lying to Congress. Roger Stone convicted on 7 counts, including witness tampering and lying to Congress. George Papadopoulos pled guilty to lying to the FBI. He was a, not to be confused with George Stephanopoulos. This is Papadopoulos. campaign advisor, pled guilty to lying to the FBI. On Russian interference, Mueller established that Russia conducted a systematic campaign to interfere in the 2016 election through social media operations and hacking, and that the Trump campaign expected to benefit from it and welcomed it. On obstruction, Mueller identified 10 episodes of potential obstruction by Trump, but did not make a charging decision, citing DOJ policy against indicting sitting presidents, because there is a remedy for this. It's impeachment, not indictment. Indictment would cause a constitutional crisis. In some cases, you may argue it's worth it, indict the sitting president. But if you indict him, he is still the president. And impeaching him removes him from the presidency. So impeachment is the solution, not indictment. Anyway. Trump pardoned Manafort, Stone, Flynn, and Papadopoulos during his first term. So this is just a flat-out lie. He's just lying here.
However, the angle that it looks like the Department of Justice is going toward is a criminal conspiracy.
And are either of those in the category of treason or sedition, or it's its own category where you just spend some prison time and then you're done? If you know, I mean.
So he's asking, are they going to give them the death penalty? Is what he's saying. Are they going to hang Obama? This is the thumbnail shot right here, right? This is the one. This is the thumbnail shot. Boom. I love it. Love everything about it.
Maybe you don't know, but
yeah. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing good.
I'll be brief.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We may not get all of the topics, but this is really interesting to the folks.
Yeah, none of the crimes that we believe are being charged or investigated right now would rise to the level of treason. However, because treason is a specific type of crime, specific type of charge, and it is adjudicated in a certain way. It's normally adjudicated in a military court.
Yeah.
Now,
right, which is what Q claimed was going to happen. This is QAnon shit right here.
I'm just going to throw this out there. People like James Clapper. Clapper was a 4-star general. Clapper could be recalled to active military duty, and he could be charged in a military trial.
I don't think that's true. I think that's bullshit. I think that they tried to do that with, what's his name? With Scott Kelly, and that was shot down by a federal judge. They said you're not allowed to do that. So I think he's just completely full of shit here.
Because
he is military.
Former military, right.
Yes, but the crime, quote unquote, that he committed was not committed while he was in the military, or shouldn't be adjudicated through military justice or whatever. The only thing they could do is bring him back and determine whether he has his pension taken away, and that's about the extent of it.
So I'm not saying that's happened. I'm saying it could happen.
No, it couldn't, actually. It could not.
Anyone who has prior military service could be recalled, and they could end up in a military trial. Now,
before you go on, just on that, do you believe it's possible? I think I've heard that this is possible and maybe even likely that if you are, if your crime did in fact rise to treason, and let's say you're selling, let's say you're betraying your country through selling military secrets, or through giving out, this is where we're going to hit Iran next, and this is the.
If you're at war with a country and you provide secret information, aid or comfort to the person or to the country with whom you are at war, you can be hung. But we're not at war with Iran legally, technically. War is declared by Congress, not by the president. So I don't think we're officially, technically at war with anybody right now. In fact, I don't think Vietnam wasn't even declared a war for a long time, if I'm not mistaken. Vietnam wasn't a war until way later, and that kind of fucked a lot of people out of their benefits that they would have gotten for being in a war. And I believe during Iraq they changed that to legally, like if you're deployed or if you're in active combat or something, then blah blah blah. Iraq was a war, I suppose. Iraq was a war, the Korean War, World War II, World War I. Those are the last wars that we were in, I believe.
Place, and this is the time. That's whatever that is. That's treason. It would seem like, and it seems like that you would then instead had to get more. But
it's typically charged as espionage.
Okay.
If you leak classified information, and we've had a lot of this happening in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They're arresting all these people, former military. One of the guys who was involved in the operation down in Venezuela. One of the special.
I mean, Michael Flynn was charged with espionage, I believe. But these people love Michael Flynn. They believe that he's like some incredible, important figure in the QAnon movement or whatever. And he's even been on the show before, seriously. Michael Flynn was the bridge between the Trump administration and Russia during the election, who basically told Russia, if you help us, then Trump will lift the sanctions on Russia after he wins. He also worked on behalf of Turkey to find somebody that the Turkish government wanted, like dead. And he worked with Turkey to bring that person back from Pennsylvania, I believe, to Turkey. That's using his position as an intelligence officer in the United States government to benefit another country. And that's like, he should have actually had the death penalty for that, in all seriousness, maybe. But he's lauded as a hero.
Forces guys. He just got charged because
Really?
he made a bet. He won a $400,000 bet.
Oh, that's right.
On an online betting service, and he's being charged with basically compromising the situation. I don't know if they're charging him.
Yeah, I don't know that that's true, but if it is, good. I want him in jail for doing shit like that. People should not be financially benefiting from their position in government like that.
Him with releasing I think it's related to classified information.
Yeah, that's the one that Senator Loomis out of Florida, right, wanted Trump to forgive that one.
Yeah, all these people who are selling secrets to China, taking classified information and giving it to foreign adversaries. Normally, the charge there is espionage, which is 20 years. The sentence for that is 20 years in prison. But if you look at the treason statute, there are 3 crimes described together: treason, sedition, and subversive activities. So there's 3 different crimes. They're all under the same statute. The subversive activities is interesting because one of the criteria for being charged under that statute is knowingly providing, printing, distributing, publishing information that is in an attempt to overthrow the government.
I doubt it, but okay, whatever.
Is that similar to aid and comfort to the enemy? Is that in that
similar? It's similar, but it's different.
Different. Okay.
And here's why it's relevant.
Okay.
The mainstream media.
Oh God, dude! Really, the mainstream media is like the eternal enemy of this dude. Fucking give it a rest.
Yeah.
Has been complicit in this conspiracy to overthrow the Trump administration from the very beginning.
Oh, so we're going to charge journalists with the crime of reporting facts about Donald Trump now. Is that what it is?
And you can, take guys like Isikoff and Natasha Bertrand and all these other people in Washington Post, Yahoo, New York Times, they were all receiving sometimes classified information and publishing it in an attempt to overthrow a duly elected President Trump.
No. They're allowed to criticize Trump and they're allowed to report facts about him. That's not illegal right now, as it turns out.
Yeah,
I think you could make a case that these people could be charged under that statute because the statute reads anyone who publishes, prints, distributes information in an attempt to overthrow the government can be.
And anything negative said about Trump is an attempt to overthrow the government. Is that what you're saying?
Charged under the statute. So
yeah, and it seems to me before you say that a lot of those people you're describing, Dave, are going to end up in Gitmo. I truly believe that. I think more rather than less.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's. I just want to make people aware that there is a statute that could bring in the media into this thing. Now, let's talk about people like.
There really isn't. I mean, the First Amendment is pretty clear. You know, freedom of speech is a thing that exists in our legal system and has for a long time. So this is complete nonsense. If Trump charges the media or members of the media with the crime of covering him as a subject in their media, it's fully unconstitutional. That's just what it is. You can't weasel your way out of that one.
Andrew McCabe, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, all the other cast of characters, even Obama. Obama could be charged.
I thought that presidents were immune from prosecution, right?
Now, he can't be charged for actions that he took while he was president. There's presidential immunity for all of that.
Okay.
But after January 20th, 2017, when Obama was no longer president, anything he did that could be considered an act in furtherance of the conspiracy, going back to the original conspiracy, he could be charged for. So let me talk about conspiracy. Conspiracy is a felony. All of the federal conspiracy statutes are felonies. And I think the obvious felony charge that this grand jury is investigating is conspiracy against rights. And let me explain where that goes.
Okay.
Conspiracy against rights is a felony, and here's a description of it. Anyone who deprives someone of their constitutional rights.
Isn't that literally exactly what he described a minute ago? That he gave Trump this pathway where he could go after the media with crimes? Isn't that literally what you just described as a bad thing? Or as a good thing, and now it's a bad thing?
And does it in coordination with others.
That's a conspiracy part.
That is a violation of the conspiracy against rights. Let me give you a clear example. When James Comey signed that FISA application that went to the FISA court to surveil Carter Page, they knowingly included false information.
I think he's talking about, I'm not sure what he's referring to. Let me find out. Carter Page having false information. Hang on. Okay, I think they're talking about the Steele dossier. The Steele dossier was basically Hillary Clinton's opposition research against Donald Trump. It was the document that contained that stuff about, Trump peeing on a bed or having Russian sex workers pee on him or whatever the hell it was. It was simply opposition research. There was nothing more to it. And I think he's claiming that, like, there were falsifications in the record related to the Steele dossier or something like that.
Knowingly included false information to deprive Carter Page of his Fourth Amendment right against reasonable search and seizure. So the Fourth Amendment guarantees American citizens the right to live it without unreasonable search and seizure by the government.
Suddenly he cares about the Constitution. He literally just said, we're going to take away people's First Amendment rights.
Unreasonable surveillance. When Comey knowingly lied on that FISA application,
I don't think it was Comey who lied on any FISA applications. I think it was, I'm not super clear on this. The FBI saw the Steele dossier and decided to move forward with an investigation, but the Steele dossier had inaccuracies in it. So I don't think it was them lying. It was just them not using a credible source or something. I'm not super sure.
And McCabe, who signed off on it, Peter Strzok, who signed off on it, they all signed off on this application. They all conspired against Carter Page to deprive him of his constitutional right.
Right. He's framing this as a deliberate criminal conspiracy to overthrow Trump. The Inspector General Horowitz found no evidence that political bias played a role in the opening of the Russia investigation. There just wasn't bias or whatever. This is completely made up.
Against unreasonable search and seizure. Fourth Amendment, conspiracy against rights. It's a felony.
Wow.
Now, here's the thing. Most federal charges have a 5-year statute of limitations. However, the issue with conspiracy is, this is why it's so cool for us. When you commit a crime under the conspiracy statute, the statute of limitations starts to toll, and it's 5 years for most federal crimes. Under the conspiracy statute, every time anyone in the conspiracy commits an act in furtherance of the conspiracy, the statute of limitations sets out another 5 years. And if someone does another act in furtherance of the conspiracy...
Oh, okay, so if they're committing these all day long, every count that they're committing...
So anytime anybody says anything negative about Trump, it resets the statute of limitations? Is that what you're saying?
And Brennan and Clapper have all testified in the last 5 years in front of Congress, and they lied to cover up the original conspiracy.
It wasn't a conspiracy. Okay, the Russia probe, the Mueller investigation, legitimately found legitimately bad actors, evil people from Russia who were trying to use Donald Trump, and he was allowing that to happen. This was not bad people plotting, to work against Donald Trump. Donald Trump legitimately did something wrong in the Russia investigation. That's the problem here.
All committed acts in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Wow.
And it doesn't just push out the 5-year statute of limitations for them. It pushes out that 5-year statute of limitations for everyone in the conspiracy. So here's where Barack Obama is potentially in legal jeopardy.
It's complete nonsense, dude.
If Obama, and here's how you get out of the conspiracy charge. If you are a co-conspirator in this criminal enterprise, you have to make a clear declaration and take action, removing yourself from the conspiracy. All right, that's the only way you get out of this. You have to do something like go to the Department of Justice and say, you know what? I was involved in this criminal activity and I am exonerating myself of it. I'm washing my hands of it. These
But he wasn't involved in a criminal conspiracy is the problem.
people are guilty as hell and I don't want to be any part of it anymore. I am not participating in this.
So if they have to become a witness against the others that they were
you don't have to, but
Okay.
you have to disavow your actions
Okay.
in this conspiracy, and you have to pray to God that they don't charge anybody within the next 5 years, because from the day you leave the conspiracy, there's still a 5-year statute of limitations where they can charge you.
Well, he's come up with a neat little piece of logic where Obama can be charged with a crime, except there was no conspiracy against Donald Trump. This is all about Russiagate. Donald Trump legitimately worked with Russia to get elected. That is 100% real. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
The day that you say, I am out of this conspiracy, that's when the 5-year statute starts to run for you.
Just you.
So Barack Obama has not yet removed himself from the conspiracy. In fact, nobody has. None of these people have removed themselves from the criminal conspiracy. They are all liable to be charged today.
Nonsense.
Because they can, every time they go on with Rachel Maddow or Anderson Cooper and tell another lie to try to cover up the original crime.
That is not how it works, first of all. Second, there was no crime originally. There was no, conspiracy against Donald Trump, as he's saying. And this would be a complete violation of everybody's rights all along the way. But when has that stopped Donald Trump?
They are removing that statute of limitations another 5 years out for everybody in the conspiracy.
Mm.
So there are other conspiracy charges that could come out of this. And let me just mention this real quick.
Yeah.
Another charge is conspiracy against rights with respect to the break-in, the search at Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, that was a completely legitimate above-board search. What are you talking about?
When the DOJ, FBI went down to Mar-a-Lago looking for all those classified documents, there's emails that came out that Kash Patel declassified. The emails show that the FBI told Department of Justice there is no probable cause for this search. And DOJ said, we don't care, we're going to go there anyway. And
Wow.
FBI came back.
Let's find out. No need to wonder. Just loaded up our question gun. Let's go answer hunting. Let's see. So in December 2025, Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel declassified internal FBI emails and turned them over to Congress. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley released them. What the emails show, the FBI's Washington field office raised repeated objections in summer 2022. Hold on, I'm doing something. Warning that agents did not believe the DOJ had established sufficient probable cause that Trump had broken the law in handling classified documents. FBI officials urged prosecutors to consider less intrusive options, including working through Trump's attorney before seeking a search warrant. But here's what Hayes is leaving out, of course. Authorities ultimately obtained judicial approval for the search, meaning a federal judge reviewed the evidence and signed off on the warrant. So there was absolutely complete justification to do this. This was not some underhanded, we don't have enough evidence to do this kind of deal. This was above board as it gets.
And said, wait a second, you don't understand. not only is there not probable cause, we don't think what you're looking for is there.
But it was there, and they retrieved it, obviously. So what the fuck are you talking about?
There's not just no probable cause that Trump committed a crime. There's no reason to believe the documents you're looking for are actually there.
But there was reason to believe that, and we discovered that they were there.
And DOJ said, we don't care, we're going to do it.
Who was DOJ head at that time? Do you know?
Chris Wray.
Oh, Christopher Wray, boy.
No. Sorry, Chris Wray was FBI.
And he was the FBI under Trump. Was he also head of the FBI under Biden? I'm not sure.
That was Merrick Garland.
Oh, yeah.
Right, it was.
Well,
Merrick Garland, the deep state puppet. He was Attorney General.
Fucking please, the deep state puppet, really?
Yeah.
So when they did the raid on Mar-a-Lago, that's another violation of the constitutional rights.
But it wasn't. A judge signed off on the search warrant.
President Trump has a right against unreasonable search and seizure, and
It wasn't unreasonable.
they violated his constitutional rights again. It's another charge of conspiracy against rights. Right. So then there's all of the lying. Making false statements to a federal officer is a 1001 charge. That's like the lowest federal charge there is. Some of these people are going to be charged with 1001 for lying. There's other charges that'll probably come along. We don't know.
Any 5 minutes now. He's a QAnoner. Of course he's going to spread this idea that like the storm is coming and that the charges are right around the corner. Any 5 minutes now, right? As they say. Totally going to happen.
But all of this is to say, I would this is not a time to be black-pilled. There's good reason to believe. There's good reason to believe that the arrests are coming in. Actually,
define black pilled. I know red pilled and blue pilled, but what is black pilled?
All right. Black pilled.
He doesn't know what fucking black pilled means.
Is when you have come under the belief that no one's ever going to be arrested, nothing is ever going to change. There's no use in praying. The deep state is in control. The deep state's in charge. Trump has lost the plot. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's surrounded by evil people.
Well, that's true.
Trump can't do anything right. There'll never be any arrest. That's black pilled.
Yeah, and the rapture's probably tomorrow as a result, and all of that
There you
stuff. All right. Wow. So hey,
So don't be black pilled.
Go ahead.
Don't be black pilled. Don't be a doomer, or don't be a doom fag, as we call them on the chans.
What a piece of shit, dude. Like, what is wrong with you? Do you just like enjoy using slurs? Is that just something you like busting out for the fuck of it?
Because
I hadn't heard that one.
there is reason to believe that the arrests are coming. And I had a dream about 6 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, tell us that.
Yeah, in this dream, and I haven't had any dreams about this subject in a long time. This one came out of the blue. In the dream, I saw this really, really long investigation. It was just going on forever and ever. It just seemed like for years. Like, how long are you guys going to investigate this stuff? There was this massive, years-long criminal investigation. And at the end of the dream, whammo! There was a whole bunch of people that got arrested. High-level government people. They all got arrested at the same time. And I was like,
yeah, this is the old QAnon, the storm is coming, it's right around the corner claim. QAnon's been claiming this for literal years.
wow, really? That's interesting. Is that?
You know what I find fascinating? Okay, January 6th was supposed to be the storm. In all seriousness, that was the moment where all of these arrests were supposed to take place and all that shit, and it failed. And when that failed, Donald Trump taking office again was supposed to be the storm. And these people aren't seeing what they wanted to see, what they wanted to happen. So they have to continue to make up a bullshit like it's right around the corner still. Brother, if it was going to happen, It would have happened a long fucking time ago. Like, crawl up out of that fucking delusion that you live in, please.
Coming. I'm not going to promise you, but that's something we can pray into.
Yeah.
We can pray into this revelation from God that the arrests are coming. And by the way, if you know anything about RICO, racketeering charges, conspiracy is a racketeering charge.
Okay.
It's under the RICO statute. And when they arrest people in a racketeering criminal syndicate action, they typically arrest everybody on the same day. They get a whole bunch of U.S. Marshals together. They go out and they just arrest everybody on the same day.
And so, I mean, with the kind of numbers we're talking about, and racketeering being an easier charge to get, I think, than all those others you've mentioned, right? Isn't racketeering pretty easy to get? You could be talking about hundreds or thousands of people, right?
I think
Wow, they're coming up with a reason why the storm is still around the corner. This is fucking delusion.
The bar for probable cause is relatively low for racketeering for conspiracy.
Let's just violate everybody's rights then, huh? The bar is pretty low for racketeering, so we have justification to just ignore their constitutional rights. Weren't you literally just bitching about Trump's constitutional rights, quote unquote, being violated? What happened? Seems like you don't give a fuck about human rights, and you are suddenly willing to throw them completely under the bus.
And it's typically used like in drug cartels when they go after a big drug syndicate, or there's human trafficking, or there's sexual exploitation of minors. They do these busts where they do a sting operation over the course of several months, and then they go out and they arrest like 170 people all at once and bring them all in as part of this racketeering, this conspiracy. That's the kind of thing we're looking at, but it would apply to people who former government officials, potentially some current government officials.
Yeah.
What? I thought Trump weeded all those bad guys out of there, right? What happened?
And I'm not promising they're going to all be arrested on the same day. I'm simply saying when the DOJ brings charges in a racketeering case, they typically arrest everybody on the same day. So, and you usually don't hear anything about it until it happens. And we already have cash patel promising the arrests are coming. So,
I might have lost this one. Oh, I want to ask you this. This is just an opinion, and you may be able to answer. I'm only asking for a 1 or 2 minute opinion, but do you find yourselves as almost a yes or no question, but then you can elaborate.
So it's not a yes or no question then.
Sometimes saying, I can't always figure out who's good a person and who's a bad person, and who's, Trump keeps using this term, they're
central casting.
They're central casting. He keeps saying they're central casting. He said it over, and I saw a clip this morning where he said it like there was all the clips weaved together. There's like 30 or 40 clips where he said he's central casting. He's central casting.
Yeah.
So talk about what he means.
I think people are reading way too much into the central.
Okay, casting. But what does he mean?
He means literally what he was this central casting. All right. So Trump is 80 years old.
Okay. Yeah, old as sin.
Okay. He is one of the older people in the baby boomer generation.
Yeah.
Like we're some of the youngest, and he is one of the oldest. In the culture of the 1950s and 60s, the term central casting simply was a way to tell someone, you know what, that guy looks the part. Like he's just like, if you're going to make a movie about somebody, that's the guy you would pick. Okay. The part. He's kind of central casting. He looks like the part. Mike Pence is kind of looks the part of a career politician. He's central casting.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's all that means. I don't think Trump is signaling to us that we're literally watching a movie. I don't think President Trump came into the White House and handed out everybody a script and is having them read a script.
That's really interesting. So QAnon uses the term central casting differently. They use it to mean like you know, the whole thing is like a show that's being put on or whatever. But Donald Trump uses it differently. Huh, okay. That seems pretty reasonable.
And playing a part in a movie. I don't think that's at all what he means by that.
I'm surprised he admitted that he doesn't believe that Trump is like signaling to QAnon right now.
That's just my
and my belief is somewhere in between. I've never heard this explanation that you just give, so that makes perfect sense. I still feel like, because I've had other people come on, Dr. Jen Halper Hayes has been on, and Trump has forwarded her stuff all over the world. Listen to her, and she says this. She says, "I don't like the term central casting, or that you're watching a movie, because actually real people are getting hurt." Now, her point was, she was saying without saying, she was saying, I'm not saying there's not a movie involved here.
Saying it without saying it?
I'm not saying there aren't parts being played from here and there. I'm just saying I don't like that being emphasized, because real people get hurt in real wars. So I guess we'll all play it out. I'm just kind of curious if you had any thoughts. One last question, and then we'll talk about your book for a second.
Okay.
Just before I came on the air, you were, in fact, talking about where all the rest, and of course, right now you're saying they're all going to happen in a moment, but I sensed a little frustration even on your part, like, why does he keep saying there's a rest and they're not coming? Did you have anything more that you were going to add on there?
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm not trying to give people hopium.
Well, yeah, false hope or whatever.
I'm not pushing.
Oh, are you done doing that? I mean, you said for literally 4 fucking years that Donald Trump is going to arrest the deep state and the bad guys and all that shit. And I guess now you're done pretending that you had some secret insight into Trump's motives that you didn't have, that literally nobody had, because he's a fucking idiot and there are no deeper thoughts behind those eyes. It's literally just air.
Not push hopium.
Yeah.
I try to provide information that is as realistic as possible. I literally had a guy one time private message me saying, "Hey man, I'm feeling pretty down. Do you have any hopium for me?" I was like, dude, I don't push hopium. Like, it is what it is. Like,
for anyone, and I'm
gotta find another hopium dealer. This dude's all out.
Again, that's the one where I'm in the middle. I'm almost partway towards that guy. Because I'd really have a little, I would really sometimes rather have a little optimistic hopium, like I hope this comes out to be true, but where I don't live on it. Because hopium, as you know, is based on the word opium. And so that, like, people get addicted to that.
It's a delusion.
These people are idiots.
It is, and I don't want to be delusional. I'm simply telling people, look, Kash Patel, director of the FBI, said, look, arrests are coming. We're not giving up on this. These people tried to ruin my life. They tried to ruin Trump's life. We're not giving up on this. And I'll say one last thing.
Yeah.
You guys need to realize this is a zero-sum game. What do I mean by that? I mean,
it means either you kill all the Democrats you can, or they will kill you. That's what he means by that.
Yes. The Democrats have made very clear for years that they intend to destroy Donald Trump's life. They intend to destroy his family. They intend to destroy his business.
Okay, interesting. I don't know about for years, but at this point, I am 100% ready to see his businesses and his family destroyed completely, like put in prison for the rest of their fucking lives, including, but not limited to, Ivanka. I know that she walked away from the administration, doesn't want anything to do with it anymore. I don't give a fuck. Everybody is going to federal prison for what they did if I have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
No one has more at stake in this than Donald Trump.
And whose fault is that exactly?
If Trump cannot put these people in jail and end this cycle of violence, when he gets out of office, he and his family members are going to be toast. Trump knows that.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
So if Trump has got the wrong people at FBI and DOJ, and if Trump cannot make this happen, he suffers more than anyone.
Yeah.
So if you think that this is bad on you because you haven't had the arrest that you want, think of President Trump and what's going to happen to him if this
Poor
doesn't.
Yeah.
If he
Yes, poor guy. Oh, so mistreated. He's the most mistreated person ever, huh? Jeez. Are you fucking kidding me? He made literally every part of this happen. Every bit of this is his fault.
can't pull this off, it's going to be horrible for him,
Well-
his family, everybody in the White House who is with him. They're all going to come under attack.
Well,
So-
and I'm not of that any illusions either, because if that were to happen, God forbid, and I don't think it's going to happen, but we have to pray and pray and act and speak and share. But if
Right.
it does, they're coming after us too. They're going to, especially the ones.
Oh, they
that
will. They've already said they're coming after us.
Us? I mean, I assume they're talking about those two specific people on screen right now. I think these two people are suckers more than anything that fell for bullshit like the idiots that they are. I don't know that they are evil or ill-intentioned. I just think they're dummies. Hank Kunneman, on the other hand, I can totally see a justification for charging him with a crime. Mike Lindell, I think, wants people to think he's a dummy, but I think he knows what he's doing and he did illegal shit intentionally. If I had it my way, he would be charged with a crime for sure. I think it's going to be kind of a selective process. I hope that when Trump leaves office, all of these people will be charged with a crime if they committed one.
Whoever strongly supported Trump, they've got all the footage, blah, blah, blah.
Not anyone who strongly supported Trump. Absolutely not. It's not about that for me at all. I don't want to charge anybody with a crime who supported Trump, but I would consider myself, wow, that Octorok just shot his little rock right into my bomb. That was wild, and it deflected it. Anyway, after studying denazification and transitional justice more broadly, which is what denazification is, the term is another term for transitional justice. Yes, these people are going to face consequences for what they've done. They're going to be categorized into probably probably into 3 categories. There were 5 categories under the denazification program, but 3 is the common categorization style for modern day transitional justice. The first one is arch criminals. The second, people who set out to lie and deceive and twist things around and send people to concentration camps like El Salvador and things like that, who participated with it, who ran, did all of that shit. That's the arch criminals. And then you've got the bureaucrats who assisted in this, the pilot who flew the plane, the guy who wrote the requisition orders and made the deal with El Salvador to set up, the concentration camp and have people send Americans or send people to El Salvador from America. That's the second category, the bureaucrats, the people in the pipeline. And then the third category of people subjected to denazification or transitional justice as we transition from a dictatorship to a democracy are informants, people who supported the regime, who contributed financially or otherwise. Julius Streicher normally would have been considered an informant or just like a contributor otherwise. He was the guy who wrote Der Stürmer, the Stormer newspaper. but he was actually charged as an arch criminal and hanged at Nuremberg for his crimes. That's not going to be the common outcome, though. I think people who, you know, acted as the press arm, like these two fucking idiots, will be subjected to truth commissions, is what they're called. And truth commissions are basically like local commissions in local governments who name and shame the informants. You know, in Germany, they were sent through Spruchhammer courts, what they were called. And these Spruchhammer courts would determine the degree of culpability for the people involved. And they did it on a local level because they wanted the people in their community to do it, who knew them, who knew what they were up to, and could vet them. If they were just informants, then they would be shamed. Their faces would be put on posters all over town, and they would be embarrassed by the whole thing, and they would have a hard time getting work and things like that. So these specific two people here, I don't think they would be, they may fall into category 2, the bureaucrats, maybe, but I think they're more likely to fall into category 3, informers. Of course, it's not just informers. It's just general workhorses that push the movement forward. But transitional justice is way more widespread than just denazification. Denazification was the first attempt at transitional justice, and it was a mess to start. But since then, we've had a lot of opportunities as a world's population, a world community, to enact transitional justice systems. A lot of USSR or ex-USSR countries, you know, when the USSR collapsed, turned into dictatorships. And dictatorships are unstable by their nature. And they collapse back into democracies. And after they collapse back into democracies, that's when transitional justice takes place and people start paying a price for what they did under that dictatorship. This has been studied upside down, backward, and forward in recent decades. There's a 1995 encyclopedia on this subject that I went through that kind of explains how all of this works and the best ways to do it and the things to avoid in the process and the whole 9 yards. So anyway, the point is that these people will be subjected to denazification, I believe, to transitional justice.
One bullet reminded me one time, 3 or 4 years ago, Steve, is like the Revolutionary War. If they hadn't have won that, they would all have been hanged for treason.
Yeah,
And
it's a high risk game that we're playing.
It is a high risk, so we better play to win, all of us.
And we need to play to win, and we need to pray to win.
Yep.
Yeah, because prayer fixes it every time, right?
Totally. Well, Dave, you've got a couple of books that they've got graphics for you, so you guys want to pull that up and he can talk about each one.
Anyway, wow. Tell me what you think about it in the comments. Absolutely insane. All right, let's just watch a little bit more and see. Oh, this is almost over, actually. Let's just finish it. All right, he's about to talk about his sci-fi book, and I love sci-fi, so I'm thinking like, hey, this seems pretty interesting, right? I start reading about it. It turns out it's about a guy who has a Christian spiritual awakening on a foreign planet.
There's two of them.
Okay, so we have Arcturus, it's the first book in a trilogy that I'm writing. And actually, all 3 books are written. I need to do some editing on books 2 and 3. But this book is a spiritual science fiction book. And the question in this book is, what would happen if we encountered life that was more spiritually advanced than us.
Okay. Actually, I really like the book cover. It's really nice. I have a book cover style that I've kind of adopted. My new book is called God's People. And it's actually written. It's done. I'm sending it over to some people to review, to help me find any holes or problems, and sent it to somebody to write the foreword if they're willing. I'm getting the blurbs written. The audiobook is complete. But this is the full book cover right here for my book. God's People, Christian Nationalism in the Third Reich. Pretty good stuff.
Because a lot of people, when they think about extraterrestrials and aliens and life on other planets, they always think, well, we are the most spiritually evolved people that there are in the universe. We know about Jesus. We walk with God. No one could possibly be more spiritual than us. Well, what if there is a race and a planet where God is much more well known than he is on Earth? And that's kind of the idea of Arcturus.
Okay. Okay, I don't want to ruin it. So that sounds intriguing. Just think it could go so many directions with that, right? So
yeah.
But, yeah.
It's a good book. It's got really good reviews. People love it. I had a great time writing it. It was a lot of fun to write science fiction, build a world. And it's about a guy who is he's a mountain climber and a wilderness guide, and he is emotionally traumatized. And he is kidnapped and taken to this planet against his will because the mission needs his skills and no one else can do this mission except him. And he is an emotional wreck.
Wow, he's got 18 ratings. Interesting. That's pretty big. I think I sold like 5,000 copies of one of my books and it has like 8 ratings. So he's looking at like 10,000 copies sold. That's decent. At a profit of say $10 per book, 10,000 sold. That's $100,000 he made from the book right there. That's really interesting. Okay.
And so the mission leader has to find a way to get Adam, the main character, to cooperate with the mission against his will. there's all kinds of...
Okay. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. This dude is absurd. Everything about this dude is absurd. Everything. What is wrong with these people, honestly? All right. So let's see. What do I want to cover next? I was thinking about covering... Let's check what Greg Locke's got going on. Actually, we could hit Mastriano. No. I'd like to hit something from my main channel. Let's see here. Hang on. Patriots not win. Trump phones. I never did hit Mastriano. Praise Jesus and GM friends. The greatest act of rebellion in a sick society is to heal yourself, then softly help others heal too. Okay. They are so fucking weird, dude. Let's see. There was something else I wanted to cover. What was it? Was this on May 17th? Join us for a historic moment. Trump is bringing his lot of Christian nationalist boosters to the mall this weekend to rededicate America as one nation under God. Joel Webbin, Benny Johnson, what's this?
What should be the legal terms upon which you can represent the United States of America in our government? Well, thanks for having me. Look, when our framers created the Constitution, they had a few rules to serve in Congress. They said you had to be 25 years old, you had to be in America so long. But one thing they never anticipated is the idea that foreigners might be able to get elected to Congress, that people who hold citizenship in multiple countries.
Well, isn't Randy Fine a dual citizen of Israel? And why the fuck do you care if people from other countries represent us in the U.S.? I don't understand. We are literally a nation of immigrants. How the fuck would we even operate if we banned that?
Might be able to be elected to Congress, to people who served in the military in other countries or have sworn an oath to put those other countries first.
He's a Zionist extremist, so the irony and the hypocrisy are so rich here.
Might be able to serve in Congress. We've got dozens of people in Congress today who may be citizens of foreign countries. We know about over 30 who were born in other countries and certainly were citizens of those other countries at times. But then there are others who were children of foreigners when they were born in America, who maybe have foreign citizenship as well as those who were naturalized in other places. And so I've put forward something that frankly is controversial, but shouldn't be, that says only single citizens, only citizens of America should be able to serve in Congress. If you're a citizen
But why?
of another country, whether you were born there or whether you naturalized into it and you refuse to give up that citizenship, you should not be able.
Why would you have to give up your citizenship to another country? I don't understand. You can't be a citizen of another country? Are you fucking kidding me?
To serve in Congress. And
what is wrong with these people? What's this?
The Nazis and the KKK are not far-right organizations. Those are...
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I meant to cover this the other day on my channel, and I didn't get an opportunity to. But I really wanted to do a video for my main channel. Hang on. I'm just kind of scanning through here. Give me just a second to see. What is this?
Quickly on one thing. The Lazard analysis that suggests that this is the cheapest form of energy. All of these projects you're describing in Nevada have one thing in common. When the sun goes down, they produce zero electricity.
Yes, but when the sun comes up, they do produce electricity. He's anti-solar power? Are you fucking kidding me? Who is anti-solar power, really?
And this nation over-rotated towards intermittent forms of energy. And the idea that we could add intermittent and shut down baseload is what put our grid at deep risk. And the idea that it's the cheapest, if you want to add intermittent, you have to keep everything else. And so we have to have a discussion about the total cost of grid, not the cost of the incremental, because it's true on an incremental basis. You may have an incremental source, but it doesn't work. The whole machine doesn't work when the sun goes down.
Yes, that's why you have batteries.
And there's examples from around the world of this happening. And so
there's examples all around the world of this happening where the sun goes down at the end of the day.
Cherry picking an analysis that doesn't look. We're looking at reliable, affordable, and secure. And I would encourage everybody here to get in a skiff and to understand that most of these components, very few of these components for the solar industry are coming from the U.S. They're coming from China. And just like we had with Huawei equipment, there's modifications on those that would allow foreign governments to interfere with our grid. And I just want to have a rational discussion with everybody. This is not an ideological thing. It's about reliable, affordable, and secure.
Do you know that Teslas used to operate off of packs of these batteries? These are 18350 is what they are. And they're really, really common. They're like what you use for batteries nowadays instead of AA or AAA. They use them for vapes. They use them for Teslas. They use them for everything. And you can create large packs of these batteries and use them to store, a charge from the sun, store electricity, like solar electricity, and then feed it out to houses after dark. I mean, it's solar shouldn't be the only solution anyway. It should be a supplemental solution. I'm all in for nuclear, honestly.
I'm all for rational conversation about it. I'll just say we are not shutting down baseload energy to build solar. And I will contend we have battery storage as well. So
we're going to move on to the next question. The chair
Chairman,
now
I request unanimous consent to enter.
That was the stupidest shit I think I've heard in a while. All right, let's keep looking here. What's this?
The president was asked about whether Americans' financial concerns were motivating him to make a deal with Iran. His response was, I don't think about Americans' financial situations.
Yeah, I want to grab this. Hold on.
Do you think the president should be considering the financial toll?
I don't know the context in which he made that comment, but I can tell you the president thinks about Americans' financial situations. I talk to him on average twice a day, sometimes.
Yeah, I bet. Hang on. I want to grab a few of these videos real fast. What's this? Hold on.
21, is President Trump reelected?
I think in the end, assuming truth prevails, that he will.
Grab this. What's this?
Are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about any.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, let me grab these videos and talk about this. And actually, let me just fix the audio normalizing real fast too. Process all. All right, awesome. I'm just grabbing these. Hold on, I'm just scrolling through. What's this? MAGA pastor says Trump understands the Bible better than Pope Leo. Oh, that's right. I didn't cover this the other day. I meant to, and I don't think I had an opportunity. Did I?
All right, first.
Wait. I don't think I covered Robert Jeffress the other day. No, I didn't. Let's hit Robert Jeffress real fast. Let me just check my timestamps from the other day. Heaven's Gate, UFOs, Julie Green, Trump phones, Daystar, Jehovah's Witnesses. No, I didn't hit Jeffress. Okay. Let me pull up Jeffress here real fast. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Good. Yeah. All right. This is Pastor Robert Jeffress. He is he's a televangelist and a Trump loyalist. Fascinatingly, he actually turned on Donald Trump after during 2020 and in 2024 before he was the candidate. He said, we don't want Donald Trump as the candidate. He was lobbying for other candidates in the Republican Party. But when Trump won, he supported him again because he has no backbone. Listen to what he said.
Get your take here. The Vatican put out a statement.
Hold on, let me turn it up.
Your take here. The Vatican put out a statement and they said that there was an exchange of views. We don't know what exactly that means, but they exchanged some views.
You don't know what that means? It means there was an argument between Trump and the Pope, fucking obviously.
Give me your take about this public criticism from really both sides.
Yeah, both sides to blame. Donald Trump goes after the Pope. Yeah, and both sides are to blame for that. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Look, I think it's commendable that the Trump administration is meeting with the Pope and trying to work with the Pope. The Pope is a good man. He's sincere in his faith, but he is sincerely wrong when it comes to Iran. The Pope ought to know, and I think he does know, God created both the church and government for two distinct purposes. The role of the church is to point people to faith in Jesus Christ, but the role of government is to protect citizens from evildoers, according to Romans 13. And
okay.
Look, 3 days after this conflict began, I was in the Oval Office with President Trump and a few other faith leaders, and he told us that Iran was within weeks of getting a powerful weapon that would destroy Israel.
Well, he lied, obviously. That wasn't true, as we know. Donald Trump bombed Iranian, nuclear bunkers or whatever, and said he set them back a year at least. And now he's saying that they were like weeks away again? So is he lying then or is he lying now? Obviously, he was lying both fucking times. I cannot believe that these people fall for this garbage. You know, this is one of those people who I don't even believe, or who I don't even think believes the shit that he spreads.
Much of the Middle East and could bring great harm to America, and he had no choice but to act. And I thanked him then for having the courage to fulfill his God-given responsibility to protect our nation. And you know, the great irony is it looks like President Trump has a better understanding of what the Bible teaches about the role of government than the Pope has. And I'm glad the president hasn't backed down at all.
Brother, what? Trump has a better understanding of the Bible than the Pope? Do you know what's involved in becoming Pope? Do you know, I didn't know this. Did you know that religion or priests or whatever is a full scholarly discipline, and you write actual scholarly articles on religious subjects, like the concept of cheap grace, for example? You know, Dietrich Bonhoeffer from World War II wrote about this. Cheap grace versus costly grace. People will do cheap things, cheap, easy things. They'll repeat platitudes like silence in the face of evil is itself evil. Repeating that over the place is empty and vapid and cheap and pointless and meaningless. It doesn't mean something unless it costs you something. You know, like the woman who gave her last dollar that Jesus was watching, like she donated it, and Jesus said that cost her more than anything that anybody else here is putting into this. It cost her more, and that means that it means more. That's costly grace. And so that's an example of a scholarly kind of concept that priests or religious scholars will submit to scholarly academic, you know, papers, like theological papers or whatever. The Pope has so much experience writing scholarly articles on theological subjects. He probably knows the Bible maybe better than anybody on planet Earth. You may not agree with his interpretation of it or whatever, but he knows what he is doing when it comes to the Bible. And to say that this guy, hold on. Wait a minute. Verse. Wait.
So
Yeah. Who doesn't even know what his favorite Bible verse is because he doesn't have one, knows more about the Bible than the Pope.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse. That
no.
The Bible says you have to be ready to give an accounting of your own faith if asked. He's violating the Bible right now by not telling us what his favorite verse is.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible, the whole Bible is an incredible, I joke, very...
Are you fucking kidding me? You like the Old Testament and the New Testament equally? That question was designed to figure out what kind of a Christian you are. And you just made it very clear to us that you simply aren't a Christian, right? Yeah, Donald Trump knows more about it than the Pope. Totally. That checks out. Anyway, Robert Jeffress, like, I haven't covered him in a long, long time, but since he's making another appearance, I think he used to go on Lou Dobbs or something, and Lou Dobbs was the patsy who was blamed on Fox News for all of the COVID disinformation they were spreading, and he was fired for it, even though it was obviously like everybody on Fox News spreading that shit. So Jeffress doesn't really come on Fox News as much anymore since he, his main man lost his show. But he made another appearance, so it's worth talking about him again. Listen to this. This one is from 2020, June 2020, before Donald Trump, or before the election took place, I believe. Listen to this one.
Here's the question. There are those that would say that the separation clause of the Constitution would mandate that all public discourse be totally secular.
What? There are those who would say that you can't talk about God publicly? What the fuck are you talking about? Who says this? This is complete and total delusion, right?
Do you believe that the separation clause mandates secular discourse?
Well, first of all, there is no separation clause. It doesn't appear anywhere in the Constitution.
That's not right. It's the first sentence of the First Amendment of the Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or whatever it is. I think that was pretty close. It doesn't say separation of church and state, probably is what you meant to say. In the same way that the Constitution doesn't say gun rights. Gun rights aren't in the Constitution. The Second Amendment pertains to gun rights, but gun rights aren't in the Constitution, just like the separation of church and state isn't in the Constitution. But the First fucking Amendment talks about it.
There's no such thing as a separation of church and state in the Constitution. What the First Amendment says is Congress shall make no law regarding the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof.
Right. So it does talk about that, then, is what you're saying.
Our forefathers came from another country where there was a state-imposed church, where people were forced to worship. They wanted no part of that. They said, we're not going to allow government to establish a state church and coerce people to worship in it. That's all it says. It has nothing to say about Ten Commandment displays in schools.
Well, see, therein lies the problem. If you allow 10 Commandments displays in schools, you are favoring one religion over another. See how that works? You're not supposed to favor one religion over another. If you have 10 Commandments statues in schools, then you have to allow like parts of the Quran to be displayed in schools. Or you're favoring one religion over another. Obviously. This is the dirtiest fucking play I hear from these scumbags.
Nativity scenes in the public squares or prayers at the graduation. In 1980, the Supreme Court in Stone versus Graham said, you can no longer display the Ten Commandments in a Kentucky school. Can't even display them, much less teach them.
That's because it would be favoring one religion over another, yes, which is explicitly what the First Amendment has been interpreted to mean, all the way back to the 1800s in the founding of the country, yes.
What's interesting, Clark, is 118 years before that, a similar case came before the Supreme Court of whether the Bible could be read in school. And the Supreme Court said unanimously, and I'm quoting, why may not the Bible, especially the New Testament, be taught as God's revelation? Where can the principles of morality be so clearly found than the New Testament? Now that was the Supreme Court 118 years earlier. And every time I'm on Fox debating some of these pinheads from the ACLU, I ask them the question. I say, now tell me, why is it in the mid-1800s you could read and teach the New Testament, but suddenly the Supreme Court decides 118 years later that you can't even post the Ten Commandments? What changed? Did the Constitution change and nobody told us about it? Of course not. The Constitution hasn't changed, but what has changed is this. We have allowed the atheists, the secularists, the humanists to hijack our Constitution and pervert it into something our forefathers never intended. That's what the problem is.
Okay, let's just break this down. He said, all it says is, no. Here we go. It says, the 1844 Supreme Court case, it's Vidal v. Gerard's executors, I believe, proves the Bible was meant to be taught in schools. That's his claim. That case was about whether a private will that excluded clergy from a school was valid. It was a property dispute, not a ruling that public schools must teach the Bible. Justice Story's comments about the Bible were dicta, non-binding commentary. So he found some random case that had absolutely nothing to do with anything and found this judge who was commenting on this case who agreed with him, basically. He found a judge in the United States who agreed with him. But this was not established in the legal framework of the case. The context was that Judge Story was saying the school in question could still teach morality from the Bible even without clergy present. He was upholding the will, not mandating the Bible instruction in public schools. Either way, that's not what the founding fathers wanted. That's not how our country has ever operated, and that's not how it should operate. Regarding his claim, what changed? The Constitution didn't change. Yes, it has actually changed a lot. The 14th Amendment, 1868, fundamentally transformed constitutional law by applying the Bill of Rights to state governments through the incorporation doctrine. Before that, the First Amendment only restricted Congress. States could and did have established churches into the 1830s. Massachusetts had an official state church until 1833, so this is completely made up. Yes, the Constitution did change. Stone v. Graham, 1980, judicial overreach by secularists who hijacked the Constitution, he mentioned there. Stone v. Graham held that posting the Ten Commandments in public school classrooms violated the Establishment Clause because it had no secular legislative purpose. This is called the Lemon Test. And they actually, like, right-wing extremists erased what the Lemon Test is what it was called. They erased the Lemon Test not too long ago. The Lemon Test was basically this thing that required that whatever law you pass must have some secular purpose. It must somehow benefit not just specific religious people. It must have some reach beyond that. Now, if religious people are being persecuted and you pass a law to prevent that, that goes beyond just those religious people, right? That's a protection for a minority group, for example. So it's not just about not having a bill about religious people. The court applied the Lemon Test from Lemon v. Kurtzman, 1971. You can disagree with the Lemon Test, but calling it a hijacking ignores that the court was applying a consistent analytical framework. He was completely full of shit. Hang on. I mean, he's framing the Establishment Clause of the Constitution, literally the first sentence of the First Amendment of the Constitution, as a secular or an atheistic takeover of the United States. It's fucking delusion. But that's Robert Jeffress. That's who he is. That's what he's about. Listen to this one. This one is from 2019. This is before the election where Trump lost, and he had some predictions for what's going to happen if Trump loses.
It's very clear to me that the average American citizen loves this president, and they're not buying into all of this impeachment nonsense.
There is a
No, this is under impeachment. I'm sorry. I thought this was during the election.
fear that if the left ever regains control of this country again, our nation is finished.
Well, look at that, huh? Weird. The nation wasn't finished after the left took control again. Is that weird to anybody else? Almost like he was completely full of shit. Almost like he was lying out his ass. Huh? How about that?
And look, I said this on Fox and Friends yesterday, and the president retweeted my comments last night.
Wow, look at you. Not to toot your own horn or anything. Toot, toot, baby.
Look, the Democrats knew they couldn't beat him at the ballot box in 2016. They are becoming increasingly aware of the fact that they can't beat him in 2020 either.
Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, just picked a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies on that one, didn't we?
Impeachment is the only option they have to remove Donald J. Trump from office. And look, I heard this sanctimonious Nancy Pelosi this weekend calling for prayer for our country and praying for prayer. Look.
Praying for prayer. Okay. Well, Donald Trump has legitimately fucking destroyed this country. So, yeah, I would say that it's totally fair for religious people to ask for prayer for our country because of how much damage Donald Trump has done to it. That checks out.
That reminds me of an arsonist, a pyromaniac with a match in his hand about to set a building on fire saying, now pray with me that the destruction I'm about to cause isn't too severe.
What? What did Nancy Pelosi do to destroy the country exactly, precisely?
I mean, if he's sincere, he'll put down the dang match. And if Nancy Pelosi is sincere about bringing this nation together, she will drop this impeachment effort. Let the American people decide 1 year from now at the ballot box.
Well, they did. And they didn't decide the way Robert Jeffress expected, I suppose. Like I said, he actually was opposed to Donald Trump in the primaries each time. But when he went up for election in the general, he supported him every single time. He's a weasel, is the point here. Robert Jeffress is a weasel. Always has been, always will be. It's entertaining as hell to circle back around and see what he's up to every now and then. Tell me what you think in the comments. Okay. Let's see what else. Let's check Elijah's streams again. See what they got going on one more time here. What's this? Oh, Hank Kunneman. Check that out. Let me just snag this puppy real fast. Snagging puppy. And puppy has been snagged. Give it a second to analyze. While we wait for that to analyze, just a second here. We got an image from Nerico. Hold on. We've got a whole bouquet of oopsie daisies from Nerico. Someone just picked a whole bunch of oopsie daisies. Oh, good shit. Handle with care. Good luck. That's pretty good. Love it. And we've got beat up flowers, a rain cloud. It seems like the flower would be happy if there were a rain cloud above it, right? We've got a nuclear flower right in the front. That's good. A devil one. Big fan. One laughing. Ha ha ha. Exclamation marks. That's awesome. I saw an image the other day of a guy. He posted it to Reddit or something, and it was a picture of a gay guy, an older gay guy, sitting around a pool with a bunch of younger gay dudes who were like lathering them up real good, you know? And the guy said, "This is what ChatGPT created when I asked it to portray itself in retirement." I think that's pretty funny. And people aptly pointed out that ChatGPT generates images based on your history and who you are. So, I don't know. I thought it was pretty good. Wow. Okay, this is taking a while to transcribe. Let's open it. Yeah. All right, awesome. Been a while since we've talked about Hank Kunneman, but he's on here with Mr. Blobfish Dude. Let's see what they have to say to each other here.
Hey, Steve, we are having technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Yeah, are you pulling this one on me right now? I can't hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Well, I have nothing in my ear. I'm going through like another monitor. So.
Oh no. Okay. So what do we do,
as long
guys?
as you talk loud, maybe we can. So Kevin's busy figuring this out. Don't you?
Oh, okay. Okay.
All you
so
that
we
are
had-
watching today.
we did have you for a minute, right? And then it went out again.
Okay, I'm jumping forward.
I am asking you, my God, to open the windows of heaven and to accelerate, Father, the things that they've been desiring, waiting for, that the heavens would be open over the people, that you would rain down your hand of goodness and mercy, that are all the rights and the privileges
Goodness and mercy. That's not what this dude stands for.
of our wonderful covenant. Father, I thank you for the things that we're going to share today, the things that you've entrusted to us. And God, we minister your word and the very voice of heaven with great awe and great adoration and honor. And so, Lord, I thank you for all these technical things are going to begin to work out.
Boy, they really are having technical difficulties. Maybe Jesus doesn't want you talking to the people. You ever consider that?
So that the people, Father, can rejoice, can be encouraged, but also get a glimpse of not only the present moment, but Father, what it is that you have planned for us at this time, in a time of a great shift. Amen.
Amen. Now, can you hear me yet, Hank?
No, you're still far away, but I can hear you enough where I think I could make out, like, what you're
Okay,
saying.
well,
Let me see if I can
with-
turn it on this way. Hey, I just turn on my phone.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear all
Let's
right?
just go with it.
That's not going to work. There's like a 3 or 4 or 5 second delay. What is he doing? Really?
All right. Well, it'll be hard to communicate back and forth, so I'm going to just release you to go for it, go for the word, and I'll be here if I can squeeze it one question in somewhere along the way, so you know I'm still here. That'll be great. But otherwise, Hank, just go ahead and go for it.
All right. Well, then let's just do it that way. Hopefully everybody can hear me. And they'll work on the technology side, but I just want you to know that you're very important to us, those of you that are watching while we're just kind of working this out. And
me?
Once again, Steve, thank you so much for the honor of being here today, part of this platform. I don't take that very lightly. And I want to start off because probably many of you that are watching today, you've been in some kind of battle. You've been in some kind of place where it just seems like the enemy has been very hard on you.
OMG, it's almost like he's describing me.
Right? It's been a season of conflict. It's been a season of warfare.
He's seeing right through me.
And I don't just speak that on an individual basis. Maybe you're experiencing over your family. Maybe you're experiencing it over your marriage, your children, right? Maybe you've got a prodigal, or perhaps...
This is cold reading. It's classic televangelist garbage where he lists a giant list of problems that people deal with, and 95% of the people listening will fall into that category, and they feel like he was divinely sent to send them a message personally. This is the same stupid shit that faith healers have been doing for who knows how long. Same stupid shit that psychics have been doing and all of that. Hang on, actually. Let me just go look for something real fast because I think I might be missing something. 1 second. Okay, let's continue.
There's a battle or something that is going on, even in your body or something, but it's affected you. But now let's talk about a bigger level. You know, we've been watching on a global level conflicts in the earth. We've been seeing battles that are rising up across the earth, you know, even what's happening in Iran. And we've seen a lot of conflict that our nation, the United States, has been in. We're also seeing that reflected in other countries, in Australia and Canada. Come on, some of you that are watching overseas, you might say, you know what, that's the nation I live in. Well, things are shifting in this earth, and we have to remember something. We are in a new season. And so I want you for just a moment to...
Wait, I thought I had to build the house. I didn't realize that they would go without building the house. I thought that was part of the process of getting them to go to the wedding. But now I can't build the house? Is that the case, or do they come back? That's weird. Okay, let's continue.
Look at what the scripture tells us in the book of Isaiah. We're going to get into some prophecies today. And I really think, Steve, we're going to make this kind of a two-parter, even as we're working through some of the technical side. You know, as like I said, I can't really hear from what's coming from your feed and ours. But I want to talk about something significant that's going to happen in 5 days. It's the rededication of the United States of America before Almighty God. And the reason I prefaced about being in a time of conflict and war is because those are things that precede what we're going to see as a result of this rededication. And it's the word Renaissance. It's the word new, right? Renaissance, something that has never happened before. It's Matthew 9:33. They even said it in the nation of Israel. We have never so seen this in all of Israel. And I believe that some things are getting ready to happen. And they're
all right, let me just pull this down real fast. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. And let me open it again, because we did the 8:30. Here we go. It's supposed to start getting good here. Let's see what mostly Christian nationalism, false prophecy, misinformation, and prosperity gospel.
This in
let me turn it up.
All of Israel. And I believe that some things are getting ready to happen. And there has to be something that precedes it, right? Well, if you study about Renaissance throughout history, you could always see that there was a time of conflict and a time of war that transitioned or preceded before the real shift and change or manifestation of the new. So I want to say that because as we get ready for this rededication, I believe it's the first time, at least in modern history.
He's talking about the 250th anniversary of the U.S. They're rededicating the United States to God. The U.S. was never dedicated to God in the first place. We have specifically always been a secular country.
And I haven't seen this in a lot of other examples as I've studied history or even looked across the earth, right? Of a leader, right? A president, a king, somebody, and the people of that kingdom or nation get together and say, okay, God, we want to take a moment now in the midst of conflict, in the midst of war, and we want to dedicate or rededicate not only ourselves, but our country to you. This is very powerful stuff, and it has to
very powerful
do with the new that is trying to emerge in the earth. And so what I want to remind you of is that God is bringing what we would call a difference. Now, in order for God to bring a difference, I want to bring you back to Exodus 8, and I want to just teach a little bit. All right, now I'm starting to hear in my ear a little bit more.
Can you hear already?
Then it went away. But in Exodus 8, there was a moment where it seemed like everything was matched. Whatever Aaron and Moses would do, that the magicians of Pharaoh could emulate it. And
this is interesting. This is the basis for the belief that, oh, you can do the homeowner's quest after the wedding. I did not know that. Okay, interesting. This is the basis for Witches for Jesus, what I call them. Witches for Jesus. They believe that they have all the powers that witches have, but their power comes from Jesus instead of from Satan, which is where, you know, witches get their power in their mind. It comes from that story about Moses dropping the staff on the ground and it turned to a snake or whatever. Pharaoh's wise men threw their staffs on the ground. They turned to snakes as well. But God's staff gobbled up the snakes from the other staff, which is for Jesus. That's what he's talking about. Interesting.
I'm sure that's where some of you are at, maybe where you're like, you know what, God, it seems like I see your blessing, but then all of a sudden it's just like the enemy comes in, right? Or it seems like we make strides in our country, in the United States. Good happen.
Now nobody can hear him at all.
Right? All of a sudden it seems like something crazy is happening as a result of people that maybe don't like America, right? Or chaos and
fucking please, dude. Like, he is convinced that people to the left of hunting immigrants for sport hate America or something. I do not hate America. Fucking get help.
Different things that try to challenge what God is doing in the earth. But there was a moment in Exodus 8 where the magicians, the occult world, they said, hey, we cannot emulate this. We cannot touch it. For those of you that are old enough to remember, y'all remember, Steve, I don't know if you remember MC Hammer. You know, remember that guy?
Fuck yeah, I remember MC Hammer. It's Hammer time.
And he came out with that famous song, You Can't Touch This.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Dun, 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 dun. Yep.
Exactly what Exodus 8 talks about, is that you couldn't touch it.
I think that album was too legit to quit. And I use that phrase every now and then because it's so fucking stupid.
The magicians could not, because of the finger of God that had stepped into. It's what I call, and you can write this down if you're one of those that like to take notes, it's the God factor. And so the God factor is coming at this time. When we rededicate the United States of America back to God, it's only going to increase the God factor. What is that? It's the same God that when the fiery furnace was turned up 7 times hotter, that something began to happen with Shadrach, Meshach, and that Italian oregano in that fire.
Abednego, Italian oregano. What is he talking about? Was that a bad joke? I don't get it.
Fiery furnace.
I don't understand what the joke was. Italian oregano.
God shows up, the God factor. Now think about how hot it's been in your life or even in this country. I mean, it just seems like the heat has been turned up, but there comes a moment where God steps in. But he has to have a reason to step in. And whether it's the upper room or 120 prayed, and the sound from the earth, Steve, had to go up into the heavens so that the heavens could respond. In 1 Kings 18, there had to be, in the midst of division, a prophetic act where the prophet Elijah comes in and he puts the 12 stones in order, right? And he establishes an altar. That's what's getting ready to happen on Sunday. Churches, Christians, the president, the people are going to come together and basically establish an altar that is going to call on the name of God. And in a time of division, just like with Elijah. But here's what Elijah did. He said, God, you are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And what's so significant...
Bro, is he just like rambling nonsensically about absolutely fucking nothing right now? I don't understand what he's trying to communicate or why anybody should care.
Thinking about that, for those of you that are listening, is he was speaking covenant. You're a God of covenant. And you're a God that listens when we remind you of covenant. Exodus chapter 32, when God was looking at the condition of the people, the nation, the Bible said they corrupted themselves. They went down, they fashioned a golden cow, and God said to Moses, his phone, and I'm going to wipe out all of these people, and Moses, I'm going to start over with you. But there was something that brought the God factor, just like with Elijah, just like what's getting ready to happen this Sunday, that happened with Moses.
Wait, what's happening this Sunday?
He looked at God and he said, wait a minute, God, you cannot allow that anger to spill over to the people, because two things. What is the world going to say about our God? Right? They're going to say that you're this kind of God that just wiped out a whole nation. And I think that's reflective of a lot of people have a wrong revelation or understanding, or God gets indicted for things that he has nothing to do with, right?
God is indicted for things he has nothing to do with. I am struggling so fucking hard to understand what the hell he is talking about right now.
Character assassinating of God. And so Moses does something very important. He says, God, you will remember your covenant. And God, and the Bible says God did remember his covenant and said, all right, I will remember my goodness. And the Lord, saved obviously the nation. Well, there is covenants over this land that our forefathers, Steve, George Washington and others, when they dedicated this land to God.
They did not dedicate this land to God.
They entered into a holy covenant with, they said that this land belongs to Elohim, Almighty God.
Nobody said that. You know what? Let's just verify this. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Give it a second. Sorry, I'm still trying to find info on what he's talking about, or if he's just completely making it up. Okay, here's what actually happened. On April 30th, 1789, after taking his oath of office on the Bible at Federal Hall in New York, Washington, and the newly elected officials walked to St. Paul's Chapel, where they prayed together. The inaugural address itself was delivered from the balcony of Federal Hall, not a church. And in it, I see, Washington as the person, not the place. Got it. And in it, Washington made references to that almighty being who rules over the universe. Standard 18th century providentialist language. Yeah, okay. So he didn't dedicate it to God, quote unquote. He was just using providentialist language. Washington also issued a Thanksgiving proclamation stating that it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. Calling it a covenant in the biblical sense is absurd. It's like analogous to the Abrahamic covenant. That's nonsense. Washington prayed and invoked divine blessing. That's not the same as entering into a covenant with God.
And we dedicate it into the honor of his Son and our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And when that happened, a covenant was established. And when we go on Sunday, the people with the leader and begin to establish that, God, this land, you have blessed this country, United States. Other nations have been blessed as a result. Now we remind you not only of your covenant that you made with our father Abraham, but also, God, with our forefathers. Something significant then shifts. And if you look at what happened in the days of like Solomon, when he, the king, you could say the president, went with the people of the kingdom or the nation of Israel, and they began to dedicate the temple to the Lord. The Bible says that they were in unity. And as a result, the fire of God fell. And what I love about it is when they all saw the heavy glory of God, Solomon stood back and he said something that is very significant. And this is important for you that are watching, because it's,
for me,
often easy to just look at darkness, right, and evil and how crazy things are happening, that we begin to think, well, there's nothing of the God factor that's happening. No.
Well, wait a minute. Donald Trump is in power and controls all branches of government: Congress, the Senate, the judiciary, the executive branch. So you people are still unhappy about what's happening right now? Is all you run on anger? Is that the basis of the entire movement? Just anger, hate, and all of that? Is that it? I don't understand. What will it take to make you people happy?
The dedication of the people and the leader in 2 Chronicles 5 brought a manifestation of God like a cloud, his presence, the increase of the God factor. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We are going to see an increase of the God factor, God himself showing up for a people.
Is that not like what you believe happened when Trump won? What are you talking about? This is going to happen. There's always something going to happen in these people's minds.
For a president, for a nation, right? This for the children, especially how they've been trafficked, they've been abused, they've been mutilated at the hands of transgender mutilation, and the list goes on and on.
Fucking what? The children have been mutilated at the hands of transgender, he says. What a complete piece of shit. This is not happening. Get fucking help.
And on and on. God is in 2 Chronicles 5, when the glory showed up, Steve, it was Solomon looked up and he said, this dark cloud, or in the midst of darkness, God chose to manifest. Why? Because of the dedication and the remembrance of our God and covenant. And then the people couldn't stand. There was such a God factor, and that...
Dude, Jesus really does not want this guy talking right now. I don't know why he keeps cutting out if it's not Jesus trying to prevent him from spewing his stupid garbage.
It's as though the people's agenda, right? What they wanted to do could not stand because there was such a presence of the Lord that the people were in awe. So, Steve, this is where we're heading. I don't know if you have any questions. I still can't hear, so I'm just kind of talking it out.
Yeah, no, we're good. I'm ready to go for it.
Shift it into a different direction.
Yeah.
Steve, maybe back up off the mic a little bit. You sound like you're deep throating it.
Can you hear me at all, Hank, right now?
No, I still can't hear.
Okay, it seems like you can.
Yeah, okay.
So this is very significant, and thank you for those of you that are watching today. You're being very patient in the midst of technology. But I want to say that when the God factor shows up, it is significant because things that you've been waiting on, it begins to have an acceleration. Okay, let's give you another example. John chapter 6 and Mark chapter, I believe it's 6, two examples of when the disciples were in the boat. The Bible says they were rowing, okay, and it was night. Now it's dark again. Remember that dark cloud? And they're rowing, and they're like anywhere, the Bible says anywhere between like 2.5 to 3 miles, maybe a little bit more, out in the middle of the sea. And they see something walking towards them. And immediately they attribute a visitation of God or the God factor as to being something evil. And they said, oh, this is a ghost. Well, then they realized that it wasn't something evil that was in fact trying to take them out of the harsh season that they had just gone through, right? That harsh moment of the waters and the waves and the wind and different things like that. But here's what they did. The Bible says they summoned Jesus into the boat. Well, what are we going to do this Sunday? We're going to do exactly what Elijah did.
I remember this story. This was basically them describing like not being able to see anything. It was just chaos because of the storm. And didn't Jesus... Did Jesus tell them to walk out onto the water or something? Is that what it was? I don't remember.
We're going to put the stones in order. We're going to say, God, you know what? We don't, we got my technical guys handing me another one of these things. Let's see if this works. Okay. All right.
All right. Can you hear me?
3.
Can you hear me?
Yay,
No?
I can hear you, Steve.
Oh, you can hear me. All right. Yay, we're alive. He's alive.
Hey, man, we were rolling, man. We were just kind of rolling, and I couldn't see you. I felt like Mr. Magoo. You remember Mr. Magoo?
Oh yeah. Maybe some of our younger.
What? Just an idiot? Is that what you're saying? You felt like an idiot? Okay. For the first time in your life.
Yeah, they don't know, but I'll do it for all the oldies like us. Steve, I couldn't see you. I couldn't hear you. Where were you, Steve? But anyway, and those of you that are watching, thanks for your patience. You know, that's not easy to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But, what, to talk about Jesus? I find it exceedingly easy to talk about Jesus. I don't know about you.
Anyway, if I could just say this, and then we can shift it here a little bit, is the importance of, here these disciples, Steve, are out in the boat. They think it's a ghost. They attribute it to evil, and yet it's a visitation of Jesus himself, and he's coming. And here's what the whole shift was, right? The God factor. They summoned Jesus into the boat. Now, another account of when they were in the boat, remember when they were in a storm and Jesus was sleeping on a pillow? And I have a T-shirt, Steve. I ought to mail it to you. You know what it is? It says, Jesus even took naps.
Yay.
Hey, I like that one, you know.
How do you know that? Are we sure Jesus took naps?
I like it. Jesus was asleep on a pillow. It. You could say over there in the poop deck, right?
Yeah.
But here's the point. They
What? I'm so confused.
Woke him up and they started blaming him. Don't you care that we perish? But it was when they included him that the God factor showed up, and Jesus rose up and he spoke to the storm and he commanded the sea and the wind to obey. Well, go back to the other story I was saying. When the disciples summoned Jesus into their boat, or the leader and the people, right? Jesus, we need you in our country. That's what this Sunday is about. God, we need you to visit us. All of a sudden, if you read in John 6 account of that story I'm telling you, it says that immediately or supernaturally they were to the other side. This is why, for those of you that think it's too late for Canada, it's too late for Australia, or
too late for Canada, what?
It's too late for Iran, or it's too late for Russia, Ukraine, United States, Mexico, the list goes on, or maybe too late in your life. Once God is summoned into something, look out. Everything shifts. Everything changes. Now, Steve, I want to do something that I think is very important. I think we need to talk about some prophetic words that go back to 2007.
Great. Yeah. So this guy just kind of babbles nonstop and says like contradictory things like Jesus won't be back before 2020 and Jesus will be back before 2020 and God's going to move things for Donald Trump, and Trump is going to win, and Trump is going to be stopped by the Democrats, you know, all contradictory garbage. And when one of those contradictory things happens, he pulls out all of the old shit that he babbled about for like literal hours at a time.
About Donald Trump.
Okay.
And the reason being is, the reason I want to do this, and, you know, people often think you're just celebrating the guy, right? You know, I think...
No, I don't think you're celebrating him. I think you're worshiping him. I'm not even going to take that step to say celebrating. I'm going to say worship.
We need to celebrate God, who said at the time that he was going to raise up a mystery that was going to bring this nation back on course.
You're hearing this, right? The prophecy is that God said he was going to raise up a mystery that will bring the country back on course. How ridiculously vague is that? It could apply to literally anything good that happens in this guy's mind.
I'll show you a prophecy from like 2006-7 where God literally...
Oh, did he just say 6-7? That was intentional, right? It must have been intentional.
Literally says that he's going to raise up someone out of New York who's going to bring a rededication of this nation back to God. So this is important stuff, because it would be easy to get caught up in the haters, right? Which we don't want to listen to the haters.
Don't want to listen to me.
Right? What do they have that's good to say? Or the liars that have the nature of the enemy, and Jesus even said there's no truth in them. So why give them the time, the space, or the place, right? what we have to focus
I would argue that you are the liar that Jesus said you shouldn't give any time to.
on is the precious heart of God that reveals ahead of time his sayings so that we can go back and not only give honor to him, but also to pull the people out of speculation, fear, and bring them into where we can accelerate with God in whatever his agenda is. So I'm trying to, at the beginning of this program, when we had those technical things on our end, was to show you the biblical pattern and narrative that supports where we're heading this Sunday. Now let's go back in time. Let's go back to, I want to say, first of all, 9/11. And this was before the internet and all that. So we,
Well, no, it wasn't actually, but okay. The internet didn't come into existence when you discovered it, Hank.
we have a prophecy that I'll just, read it and paraphrase it. But it was when we met as a church here, God said, out of New York, I will raise up a president who will bring this nation back on course. So we were already waiting for this. Fast forward to 2006.
I don't believe him. I don't believe that he made a prophecy that specific. But even if it was that specific, that doesn't prove anything. Prophecy from New York, bringing the country track. Let me see if I can track that down. That supposed prophecy.
In 2006, and I didn't have time to get that prophecy to you, we can show it next week in part 2, where the Spirit of the Lord says, you're going to see this year that I'm going to reveal your president that's coming. And in 2006 and even in 2007, you've heard me mention it, those of you that are watching, and even you, Steve, where I met with Kim and had several conversations with him over this New York president that would arise out of the place of New York, the place where the towers were wounded, right, where bloodshed. I think there was over 3,000 that lost their lives. Just horrible.
Okay. I'm just looking here. Hold on. Right. There is no independent record of this. So he's just claiming it. Now, there were supposed prophecies in 2007 from Kim Clement where he said Trump will become a trumpet and watch over New York. That's what he said. And they interpreted that to mean Trump is going to be president in 2016 and he's going to run for 2 non-consecutive terms and, all the stupid shit that they make up to tack on to the end of what he actually said, which is that Trump will be a trumpet. And in the same sentence, he said Bill Gates will open up the financial realm to the church in New York. So, literally none of it was correct. But anyway, conveniently, Kunneman, can't provide any proof of this. He's pretending to read this prophecy from something, but he said it wasn't recorded. This is before the internet, even though it wasn't.
Did Kim know or discuss who that was? Did you know who it was at the time?
We had... Kim had it more than I did.
Talking about Kim Clement.
But even then, at that time, Kim didn't know. When we were meeting, we were at a place where we were thinking it was kind of the same direction, but we didn't get into the speculation of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's very important.
Yeah.
Kim and I, he said, you bring your words and I'll bring my words. And when we walked into the room together privately, he was shocked. I think he was shocked at my dot matrix piece of paper that had the little dots on the side. I think he was a little shocked with my hair and I, wore a suit. He wore this thing that looked like, he was one of these.
Well, he dressed like a prophet. He dressed like.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're referring to. I don't know what Kim Clement looked like back then.
Dressed like a doctor or something, right? I don't know. I look medical. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe I look like a game show host. I don't know, whatever. But anyway, the point is, he was blown away, and so was I, because he's comparing his calligraphy words that some of them he hadn't even released out yet, because we were meeting with some government officials from New York to try to get them moving into the direction of what God was trying to bring to our country, right? And then I had my dot matrix, and he said, Hank, you can't make this stuff up. Now,
but you literally can, and you literally did.
Now, in 2006, we'll show that prophecy next week in part 2. where God said through this vessel, I'm going to show your president. Now, fast forward. Kim's on, I don't know if he was on his own den, and he says, Trump, you're going to be a trumpet. And he begins to get a vision, and that's when things started shifting, and I knew with Kim that things were starting to shift towards President Trump, right? That it wasn't speculation, but there was something that God was marking Trump. He happened to fit being born in New York, just like 9/11.
Do you happen to remember, was he doing that show even back then, which was...
So this is what they're referring to right here. This is Kim Clement in 2007. For the record, Donald Trump was running for president all the way back in the 2000s. He just wasn't popular. Nobody liked him or listened to him because he was a fucking idiot at the time and a pedophile and a rapist. And for some reason, they decided they could overlook that in 2016.
This that shall take place shall be the most unusual thing, a transfiguration, a going into the marketplace, if you wish, into the news media, where Time magazine will have no choice but to say what I want them to say. Newsweek, what I want to say. The View, what I want to say. Trump shall become a trumpet, says the Lord. Trump shall become a trumpet. I will raise up the Trump to become a trumpet, and Bill Gates to open up the gate of the financial realm for the church, says the...
So that's the prophecy. That's the prophecy from Kim Clement that proves that Donald Trump, or that he prophesied Trump would be the president. Trump will become a trumpet. That's it. And now Hank Kunneman comes in here claiming that he also prophesied that Donald Trump would be the president or some shit, or that somebody from New York City would be, or whatever. It's all made up nonsense, every last bit of it. They are completely full of shit. They have been this whole time.
The You're Fired show, I can't think of. The Apprentice, was even Donald Trump doing that yet?
He ran for president in the early to mid 2000s, yes. He was in the public eye, obviously.
What? I don't know. I didn't follow Donald Trump.
It was way before all this stuff happened.
Yeah. I didn't know him. I didn't know much about Donald Trump or anything back then.
Okay.
But I just knew when Kim had said it, because we had a conversation. He had called me this one particular time in Peru, and he wanted to pray about this. And my wife was with me at the time, and we were doing this meeting. And he goes, Hank, I really feel stirred. We got to pray. And so he said he wanted me to pray, and so I prayed. And then he was going to pray, and I got caught up in a moment with the Lord, and he was there with it. And,
in a moment with the Lord, totally, I bet.
And I began to say, and I'll show you that prophecy, one of them, and this was like 2007, where I began to prophesy. I said, Kim, I'm seeing, God is saying in the 240th year of America's reign is when I shall raise up this mystery.
Yep, I bet. You knew back in 2007, I assume, is what he's saying, right? That Donald Trump was going to run for president all the way back then in 2016. You're saying you knew in 2016 he would run and win. Totally. Yeah, super believable.
Well...
Oh, and no evidence, of course, but it's, he's a prophet. You can trust him, right?
This was 2007, so 240th year of America's reign. We're getting ready to do 250, right? Would have been 2016. So here God's revealing it now on the phone with him. Well, he goes out in the spirit and he says, Hank, I'm seeing something. And I said, what are you seeing? And he said, and this is when it later came out, I think in Seattle, where he prophesied about, but he started the seed of this was when we were praying on the phone, happened when he started to pray, and then he prophesied it in the moment when God came back on him. He said, and then they will say, at this time that we have two presidents, what shall we do? But the one to whom it's righteously given, it shall be given into their hands. Or something of that effect. Then he later came out of that word about two presidents. So we were
that word about two presidents?
Tracking this, and everything was a mystery, right? And to say that, Hank Kunneman said Donald Trump, I didn't have a clue, really, to be honest with him. Maybe Kim had more of it. So that's just being honest before God and before the people.
I get that. If I can just say that adds to your credibility. You're not saying I had it all and he had it all, and you're saying this is how prophets process even among themselves. But there's.
I would be leery of anybody that always acts like they got the skinny on everything.
100%.
Because that's not biblical. First of all, too much is given, much is required. And I think that the more you capture the heart of God, the more he gives to you, but it's going to require more of you pursuing his heart. Yeah. Second, Paul said we only know in part anyway, so we don't know everything. And I think and I think the other thing is, even if you did know, just be careful that you don't take the glory of the one who revealed it to you.
So isn't that exactly what he's doing right now? Taking the glory and proving that he's a prophet to make more money? I mean, that's pretty bad, right?
And I think that's very important in the prophetic. It's a lesson for all of us that we're stewards over his heart, and his heart is his voice that speaks to us in a moment. And so I don't ever want to take the credit of anything.
Right, totally. Super humble, I bet.
So let's go back to 2007. This is slide 1. And I want you, for those of you that are listening today, sorry that it's in red. Those are old slides, but we kind of upgraded it for those that would like a different color. They're gold now. So anyway,
they're gold because Donald Trump likes gold. Is that the implication here?
Yeah, this is great. This is July 2007. So this is right in that time that I was sharing these words with Kim. I want to share a mystery. Now, underline that word mystery, because I'm going to show you ahead of time. God begins to reveal clues of who this mystery is. I'm going to show you a mystery, says the Spirit, for there shall be a battle over the city of New York and over the White House. Now, if you are tracking with what's been happening, New York is in a battle. Look at what's happened with their mayor.
Their mayor is fantastic. He has fixed the New York City budget. He's done all the shit that he said he was going to. He's the shit. What are we complaining about? What are we upset about with New York? I don't understand. Do they even have a complaint about him other than he's a communist, even though he isn't?
Look at what happened when they got attacked with the towers. Look at what's happened with this one from New York City. In fact, if you remember, right before 2016, someone decides to run for president, and it's Hillary Clinton. And in order for her to do so, she's got to position herself. So she goes in and she...
Dude, was Mamdani born in the U.S.? I hope he could run for president. That would be fucking awesome, right?
Runs for, wasn't she running for Senate or something like that?
Yeah, New York senator.
Yeah, New York. Yeah. So she goes there and get this, she rents out a tower. This is proven, called Tower 45. Yeah. Because she represented the opposite of what God was representing. She represented that Jezebel, and Jezebel also had a tower, right?
So people with the Jezebel spirit in his mind are whores. That's how he frames it. Like they're sluts, if you will. The Jezebel spirit is the spirit of sexual promiscuity. What are you talking about? She had a Jezebel spirit. Hillary Clinton had a Jezebel spirit? What?
And it's no coincidence that she went for Tower 45, the name of the tower of the place that she rented, because Trump became the 45th president. She was running for the 45th president. So you could see this battle over the White House. And this is important because God even defines that there's going to be a spiritual battle. And let's get into this. Listen to the words of the Lord Most High, for there is a sound that comes before my...
Just out of curiosity, I looked this up. Clinton did sign a 2-year lease on the 27th floor of Tower 45, a renovated office building on West 45th Street near Times Square. Okay. It was 7 offices, costing around $25,000 a month, but it wasn't her campaign headquarters. The official campaign headquarters was at 1 Piermont Plaza in Brooklyn Heights. So, I don't understand.
Throne, for even as the blood of Abel cries out, and the Lord Most High heard the sound of the cry of his blood, the Spirit of God says, when the towers were attacked, there was a sound, and there is still a sound that comes into the ears of the Lord Sabaoth. Now, keep in mind, he didn't say the Lord. He said, Lord Sabaoth, the Lord of angel armies, which is very important because God is saying, I have listened, and my warfare nature, the God who created angel armies, I am listening, and I'm going to come to avenge blood. So the cries have come of those who murdered at the hands of your enemy, my enemy. Now let's continue that prophecy, slide 2. And God says, now watch this. From the moment where the enemy attacked the towers, they said, we'll attack your economy, we'll attack your children, which they have. But the Spirit of the Lord says, listen, I will raise up a mystery. Underline that again. For the blood is speaking a mystery from the place where the towers were attacked. Now he's going to reveal what the mystery is, Steve. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I will raise up a president that will come from the place where the enemy wounded your nation. That was 9/11. That coincides with what this vessel and the church heard when we prayed on 9/11. I'll raise up a president from that place and I'll pay back. So anyone that wants to criticize or don't believe in Make America Great Again, it's all part of God saying, this is part of my payback. And I'll raise up a president. Now, this is interesting.
Okay, so anybody who's not in favor of MAGA, this is God's payback against me. I'm being judged by God. He was born in Uganda. Damn, that's a shame. Okay.
For each tower that was attacked. Now, there were 3 towers attacked, right? There were the 2 large ones, and there was one in the middle that got cut short. Well, what happened to President?
Building 7 that they talk about?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's the source of so many conspiracy theories. Building 7 falling.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the listeners would know, but the one in the middle, Trump's term, remember the one in the middle, right? And yet I also believe that, and again, this is not Hank. I don't want to get into speculation, so I got to be very careful.
I don't want to get into speculation, he says. World Trade Center 7 was a 47-story building that collapsed at 5:20 p.m. on 9/11, hours after the Twin Towers fell. It wasn't hit by a plane. It was damaged by debris from the North Tower collapse and burned uncontrolled for 7 hours. Conspiracy theories fixate on it because it looked like a controlled demolition, but that's just how things happen. It was not a conspiracy.
But God's agenda is to recapture the next few presidential elections. And I think it's not just, notice, a president for each tower. So there were 3 towers that I think represents what President Trump was supposed to do with the towers. But it also may mean 3 individual presidents.
What he was supposed to do? What does that mean? What he was supposed to do at the towers? Also, there is no way in hell Republicans are winning elections anytime in the near future. It's not happening. They are all fucked. I say that with complete confidence. Just look at my wave map. It's wavemap.us is my website. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing right now, but we've been seeing an average of 2 times as many Democratic voters as previous elections. If that pattern holds strong, then we're looking at an absolute blowout for the foreseeable future. Aside from all of that, the opposition party almost always takes Congress in the mid-year election, or the midterm election, I mean. So, like, when Obama won the presidency, 2 years later, Republicans take it. When Bush wins the presidency, 2 years later, Democrats take Congress. That's just how it has always worked, for the most part. So that's absolutely going to happen this time, either way you look at it. But this time, I believe it's going to be way more dramatic than even that.
That God is going to use to bring our nation back on course. So that's kind of where God's heading. Now let's continue.
Like, is it not already on course? What happened? I mean, you control the presidency, the House, the everything. It's not exactly where you want it to be, the United States right now. Whose fault is that exactly?
because I think that we have to look at something about this with this mystery. I want us to go over to, if I can do this right, I'm going to go over to slide 9 and 10. I think because I want to talk about the mystery side of it. Let's see if that is 9 and 10. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. Okay, so let's fast forward. And then we're going to go back to 2007. So let's go 4 years into the future from the 2007. And we're talking in the context of the mystery. So look at what God says on April 17th of 2011. And this is what I said to Kim in 2007, remember, in Peru. Now,
no, nobody remembers that. You can't just claim to have been prophetic and not offer evidence of that, Hank.
This is a documented prophecy, or the first time that the Lord was able to let me share it publicly, what I was hearing of when the time frame of this mystery would happen, okay? So this is very important because this is a lesson for us as we mature in the prophetic. And I'm not saying I arrived, but it is
sure as hell sounds like it.
A lesson, and that is I held on to that word for 4 years, Steve, that I had with Kim about the 240th year.
Yeah.
It comes out April 17th of 2011, 5 years before it manifests, right? And notice what it says. Listen to the word of the Lord, America. In your 240th year, there should be something unusual that will take place upon the land. So he's talking about the 2016 election. And then he's going back. He goes, it'll be the beginning of your restoration. So anybody that's doubting where God is heading with President Trump and his agenda and us, the people, right? I will raise up a voice, one who understands commerce and trade.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, that could be literally anybody. You think that, like, presidents throughout history haven't understood commerce and or trade? Also, did he even say this? I doubt it. This sounds completely made up to me, honestly.
President Trump understands commerce and trade. He's a brilliant man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said this in 2011, right?
And the economy. Whoa.
Wow.
And I'll raise them up from where?
Your mom's house?
New York. So
Yeah.
he's telling you that our president is going to be from New York in the 240th year of America's reign, 5 years before in 2016. So he's already telling.
Yeah, but there's, first of all, no evidence of this. Second, it's way too vague to actually apply to Donald Trump. Third, even if it said Donald Trump specifically, he had already run for president and lost. These people will grasp onto any fucking straw they can. Please get help.
Telling us New York is it. And I got a lot of hate mail when this prophecy was given.
I bet.
And I will use their voice to echo throughout the land. And there were 2 towers. There shall be one who shall represent the economy and one who shall be wise in the affairs of this nation. So he's going to have a twofold purpose. Represents the economy, and he'll be wise in the affairs. Now, continue that prophecy, slide 10. Now, watch this. God now tells us not only the mystery. Remember? I think we need to go back to 2007. Go back to slide 2 real quick, and then we're going to go to slide 10 because I want people to see this. Slide 2, I already shared this with you. God says, the place where the enemy attacked the towers, I'll raise up a mystery. The blood is speaking. I will raise up a president that will come from the place where the enemy wounded your nation. So he's saying there's a mystery. There's a president connected to that mystery, and that mystery and that president is from New York. How many are tracking with me?
Yeah.
Steve, if you're tracking, raise your hand.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, 100%.
Now, fast forward, slide 10. Now God's going to tell you, all right, he already said it. I just showed you slide 9. Same prophecy. This prophecy is continuing. Remember slide 9, I talked about the 240th year. God saying, this is when I'm going to unveil this one from New York. He's going to know the economy, commerce, trade. He's talking about Trump. Now watch.
Totally. Talking about Trump. Absolutely.
Slide 10. God says, watch me now. It is time for me to pull my what? My card.
Oh, the Trump card.
Oh, listen, Steve, the Trump card. I mean, obviously it wasn't the Joker. I mean, people are thinking it was the Joker, but it's not. I mean, the only Joker is
It's a bad impression, Hank. Please don't do that anymore.
probably Nancy Pelosi. I think maybe Rosie O'Donnell. But no, this card was yours truly. Okay, so anyway, so I will show the mystery.
Yeah.
So notice, okay, go back to slide 9, the first part of this prophecy. He's telling you, when is this going to happen? April 17th, 2011, in your 240th year.
Yeah.
He told us 2007, watch New York. That's where the president's coming from. That's where this mystery is going to come now, 4 years in advance. He tells you when, 2016, the 240th year of America's reign. Keep the prophecy going. Slide 10. I'm going to pull my card and I'm going to show the mystery. All right, so let's go on. Let me show you this. Let's go back to 2007. Let's go back to slides 1 through 4. Let's go back to let me see where. Okay, let's go to slide 3. This is 2007, and slide 4, because this is the same prophecy. I want to just show what God was saying about why there's been. I mean, you think about the time he came down on the escalator, right? The battle has been on and it hasn't stopped, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And of all places, Hillary Clinton, right? You know, and all of that. So look at slide 3.
He's just like making no sense.
God says, watch the place of New York, for it shall come down to this city. For men have asked, why New York City? And the Lord says, the blood, the sounds of the weeping that still come into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. Now, keep something in mind. This is very important for those of you that are getting discouraged over your life or over the battles that seem to be raging, right? Over America, you think, well, is there any hope for this country? It's important to realize, and you can go to Exodus 1:23, where God literally was listening for 400 years to the cries of an oppressed people, his people.
400 years. What could that possibly mean?
People.
Yeah.
They were under socialism, a type of even communism under Pharaoh. They were making.
What? Pharaoh, hang on. Yeah. I'm curious now. What kind of government existed? What kind of economy existed? No, that's complete nonsense. Socialism and communism did not exist back then, in name or otherwise. Ancient Egypt was a theocratic monarchy with a divine king, a priestly class, massive bureaucratic administration, and a corvée labor system, compulsory labor as a form of taxation. The economy was redistributive in the sense that grain was centrally collected and distributed, but calling that communism or socialism is completely anachronistic and ridiculous.
Bricks. They were getting whipped. They were getting beaten. They were slaves to a system, right?
By the way, there's no evidence that the pyramids were built with slave labor. Zero evidence of that.
You know, I'm hearing a lot of Democrats saying they're pulling out of the Democratic Party because it's full of a bunch of socialists and
Which Democrats are you hearing that from, Hank?
Communists that are just like what I just described, right?
Yeah.
And God's trying to set us free, but for 400 years the people were crying out to God. And finally, the God factor had to step in.
The God factor.
Because at that time there was no leader and no people really that was doing what it takes to bring God. Remember at the beginning of the show, we had that with the hearing. I talked about you got to put certain things in order, right? God in the midst of division will call a prophet. Listen, it's not the priests that bring the unity, it's the prophets. That's what the prophet Elijah did. In the midst of division, he established an altar and he said, this is what God is going to do. And he called down fire, judgment, everything shifted.
This is the basis for their claim that they have a prophetic gift, the same as Elijah had, basically. The Elijah anointing and all of that. It's just insane. These people seriously need help. Seriously. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Absurd. All right, I'm getting out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun, and I will talk to you guys on tomorrow. All right?